So to those online and those in the room, we are officially recording these meetings now. And so there is a sign going to those online so they see it, that this is a recorded meeting. And Christina started recording. Thank you. Okay, welcome to everybody. It's always good to have our people engaged. So thanks to all of our residents who are here. We do apologize. Our room does have a limit of number of people we can have in here. So we have opened up the other room and we have staff that will assist in moving. So our capacity in here is 60. And so we will be watching for that. We also have staff coming in and out. So we have to leave a couple spaces for them. And when it comes to sound, as we just did that sound check, it's really important to note because of the system we have, it picks up everything. This owl, if you start talking over there, it's going to capture what you're saying and then it cancels out whatever's being said. So it's really important that you guys don't have side conversations or are chatting amongst yourselves during our business because it just gets carried through and then those online can't hear us. So thank you for that. We do have a big agenda today. As usual, our board meetings are generally pretty full. And so we will be sticking to the timelines as per our procedure bylaw. Our 2 delegations will be 15 minutes max, including questions. So I have spoken to the one in the room. I believe we have FSBC online. Let's just check that they're there. Are you there? Sorry, 1 second. Let's just make sure. Chris Longmore and Brian Watson, are you online from SBC?
Good morning, Christine. It's Chris Longmore here. Yes, I'm on. I see
Great.
Brian
Can
has
you turn up Can you turn up your volume just a titch?
Turn off or turn down?
Turn it up.
Off.
Okay, great. We will call on you when it is your turn for the delegation. So just want to make sure you guys knew for the delegations, 15 minutes max. I'll give you guys a sign when it's close to that time. I'll let them know now. Our morning breaks are at 10:30. Our afternoon break is at 2:30. Public time is a maximum of 15 minutes, and we'll aim for that between 11:30 and 11:45. All right. Is there anything else I needed to say? If I do have a lot of sound happening and directors are indicating online they can't hear, I might recess for a second, just let you guys know to be quiet, and I'll do it as nice as I can. I don't want to silence you, but we do have to keep the sound good. For everybody online, only directors and staff can ask questions anytime outside of public time. Directors and staff, if you could please use the chat function for getting on the speakers list. I will not see your hands. There are just way too many people on the screen to follow. So do use chat. All right then, let's begin. So I will open this meeting by acknowledging and respecting the people's lands within we're meeting today. And I'll ask for adoption of the agenda 2.2. Jackman, McLaren Co. discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Adoption of the minutes from March. McLaren Co. DeBoom discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. CAO, you have some introductions.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We had a little bit of a domino effect in our HR department. So Alex Hatfield has left us for the city of Castlegar. Anna Micah Singh joins us in her role. Paige Lafranc moves into a role vacated by Regan Innes. David Barnhart joins us as a safety advisor. So we had a temporary leave for Andre Noel. He's gone till later in the year. So David joined us on a temporary basis, filling in with that role. Shanna Ekman joins us. She's been with the organization for quite some time, and she moves into a role as a contracts administrator for particularly project management. We did some rejigging with rules in our environmental services department. So there's no budget change or position change. It's just we've moved all of that work into one position, and Shanna's taken that. And Emma Clark moves into the position that Shanna was in as the environmental services coordinator. And she was at our front desk, so you might have known her from this position.
Thank you. I'll have our municipal members who tend to share. So good luck to Alex and joy. All right, so we have our first delegation. If Kootenay Freedom folks, we've got Karen Shondell, Kevin Shaw, Brian McLaughlin, if you can come up and have a seat. And I will remind you of the hand signals on your timing, lovely. Floor is yours. I'll also let you know if I see any notes that they can't hear you. I will interrupt you so that we make sure the directors online can hear you. So, floor is yours. And you have a presentation to share, I believe.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and Christine, you got it. All right, there you go. Floor is yours.
Thank everyone for your time today. Our purpose here isn't to ask you for money. It's to provide you with credible data and sources not generally part of mainstream conversations that we call being climate literate. In addition to reading and writing, literacy means becoming knowledgeable in a subject which requires research to determine the truth. We urge you directors before making any further decisions or actions or endorsements on anything climate related, including grants, ideas, plans, feasibility studies, etc., to become informed, because these climate actions are based on unsettled science, containing many erroneous claims. Like the staff's previous climate action plan claiming garbage and yard waste was 9% of rural carbon pollution. Organics and yard waste aren't carbon pollution, it's compost and a vital part of Earth's ecosystem. The package provided to you today, and I don't see it, so maybe you didn't get it. No.
That's a slide.
The package, well, there should be a package here, physical one with the USB in it for you, with all the backup science that we have. For each director contains documents, interviews, and presentations by credible scientists, doctors, professionals, and politicians. A petition we started 6 weeks ago, including comments, was handed over to Paris this morning with almost 800 signatures supporting today's delegation. And that is to stop the sustainable goals and to start getting back to common sense. As the UN IPCC quote says, this isn't about climate, it's about economics. And residents are waking up to this fact. We encourage the board to opt out of all globally driven climate actions and partnerships. We further encourage the board to take measured, informed actions that reflect authentic local resilience along with appropriate environmental benefits and protection. Sorry?
We can't understand what's going on.
It's up to you directors to make climate literate decisions for the benefit of all residents, not to say yes to endless grants and hires without knowing costs, expected outcomes, or benefits. We need to get back to basics and get control. The RDCK 20 report states 30% of residents live in energy poverty. 4 years later, it's worse, not better. Sorry, next. No, we're on the wrong slide. One after that. I don't know why they're messed up. Nope. There should be a bar graph showing at 6 months. Real energy resilience is having affordable options, not depending on a single source, pretending we can change the climate. Real safety means becoming food independent, not retrofitting buildings and counting carbons. The board needs to ensure farming is protected and our rights preserved when overreaching government restrictions arrive, which they will, to guarantee our children a safe and autonomous future. Is it unreasonable to ask directors to become climate literate before moving forward on any current or planned projects? Thank you.
You can go to the second slide, please. Yeah, good. The eminent 20th century physicist Richard Feynman said, "Science is the belief in the ignorance of experts." Experts, when the 1960s and 70s told us that the Earth was cooling and that we were on the verge of a new ice age. So-called experts, when the 1980s and 90s did an unapologetic about face and began telling us that we were now facing runaway man-made global warming. And when the warming paused in the 2000s, the global warming label was rebranded into climate change, suitable for blaming humans for any future weather event, be it hot or cold, dry or wet. Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Climate experts like to predict the future, like that by 2005, snow will be a thing of the past in the UK, that the Arctic Ocean will be ice-free by 2008. Oops, we meant 2013. How about 2015 with a methane catastrophe? 2016? Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt you. We just have someone unmuted and it's interfering with people online. Whoever is the last name Okras, if you could please mute your computer. That's Okras. Thank you. Sorry. I think you're good to go now.
Okay, thank you. Or, more recently, after numerous points of no return have come and gone, that if we do not stop using fossil fuels by 2023, that climate change will wipe out all of humanity. Why do the so-called climate experts keep getting their predictions so catastrophically wrong? Next slide. There are several reasons, one of which is that for decades now, climate science has been driven by grant funding, which rewards scientists whose findings support the climate change crisis narrative and punishes those who do not. Financial incentives motivate unscientific behavior. Next slide. Like the creation of Michael Mann's so-called hockey stick graph, prominently featured in Al Gore's 2006 An Inconvenient Truth, which displayed a relatively constant and slowly declining world temperature for the last 1,000 years until suddenly in the 1900s it shot radically upwards, mirroring the increasing atmospheric CO2 concentrations of the industrial age. As numerous scientists subsequently pointed out, this graph had fraudulently erased well-known climate fluctuations of the past, like the medieval warm period of the 12 to 1300s, when temperatures were warmer than they are now, as well as the mini ice age of the 1600s. Fluctuations which inconveniently prove that CO2 was not the driver of climate. Instead of sharing the raw data used to produce this graph so it could be independently verified, as any good scientist would do, Penn State's Michael Mann instead unsuccessfully sued Professor Timothy Ball, his main detractor, for defamation, for Ball's public statement regarding Mann. He's at Penn State, but he should be at State Penn. Another scandal, known as ClimateGate, occurred in late 2009, just before the Copenhagen Climate Summit, when an insider leaked thousands of internal emails and documents from the main advising group to the IPCC, showing that climatologists were manipulating data in a biased manner and were colluding on how to hide that data from FOIA requests coming from the public and other scientists. Unethical climatologists were exposed, saying things like, we have to get rid of the medieval warm period, and discussing things like how to control the peer review process and how to use Michael Mann's trick to hide the decline. Another reason for climatologists' failed predictions is their reliance on computer models to tease out the minuscule effect of man-made increases in CO2 concentrations while ignoring vastly more consequential natural effects on the climate, such as changes in solar intensity, planetary orbital dynamics, volcanic activity, and cosmic radiation's effects on cloud formation. It's like trying to predict the temperature of the Pacific Ocean based on how many beachgoers are peeing in the water. Additionally, there are so many assumptions that need to be fed into these models that you can basically get any result you want by adjusting your assumptions. So the idea, as we're told, that the so-called experts are knowledgeable enough to claim that if the Western world were to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, that the increase in global temperature by the end of this century will be limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius is ludicrous on the face of it. They have consistently shown that they are not up to this task and have no business making these kinds of predictions. They cannot predict the climate for the next month, let alone 50 years from now. Here in the Kootenays, we need to keep in mind that us achieving net zero by 2050 will have no effect on the climate whatsoever. There is no benefit to us in achieving this goal other than virtue signaling points. But on the contrary, there are real risks to the social and economic well-being of our communities in blindly marching towards an arbitrary goal handed down to us by hypocritical politicians and politically motivated science. Any actions we take must make sense on their own accord and not be motivated by outside influences. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Brian O'Loughlin. I've been on the board of the Eco Society for 13 years. I'm an environmentalist. And before the global health crisis of 2020, I believe that climate change was a looming disaster. And if we don't lower our CO2, we're headed for certain death. As I researched more, I discovered that the science is seriously flawed. It is not about the environment. It is more about restructuring society and the economy. Could I get the emissions one with the blue graph up there? Yeah. We have to lower our emissions, question mark. By our own data, we are already there. RDCK rural residents are shining examples of low carbon lifestyle. We emit 1/3 of the national average in this region. The 2030, the next slide, please. The 2030-2050 agenda, with one of our corporate leaders who own the media and fly their Lear jets to these climate talks, promoting electrification would mean doubling our power grid. At what cost? It is not diversification, it is dependent energy poverty. If the board were really serious about lowering emissions, they would look at corporate pollution and clear-cut logging practices, and poof, our emissions would be gone and solved. In 1992, Canada signed onto the UN Agenda 2021, and with the promise of big money, became a UN member state. The city of Nelson is now seeing how the UN agendas with its building codes is taking away public input. The science is settled. Then it's not science. CO2, the IPCC and their scientists, whose career is entirely dependent on climate research funding, do not research back far in history. The following information comes from the founder of Greenpeace, Patrick Moore. CO2 is only 0.04% of the atmosphere and is essential for life on the planet. 500 million years ago, CO2 levels were 6,000 parts per million. Today, we're at levels of 400 parts per million, the lowest level in history. 150 parts per million, nothing grows, we're dead. By releasing CO2 on the planet, we're greening the planet. The IPCC have ignored the effects on the sun and on the climate in the medieval warm period, where temperatures were much higher. If climate change or climate engineering is climate change, or is it climate engineering? Stratospheric aerosol spraying. What's happening? This has been happening for years. Drought conditions all over the world, including our local forests. This has been proven by access to flight logs by the Freedom of Information Act. We have soil samples showing these high levels of drying agents, aluminum, barium, strontium, magnesium. We can't, next slide, please.
You are at 12, as you indicated. You wanted to know, yeah.
We cannot talk about climate change without talking about our economic situation. Residents are suffering. Tent camps at City Hall. 15% of our citizens are living in RVs. Meanwhile, the RDCK has wage increase triple the national average. And excess hiring practices. Promoting electric cars and retrofitting our own buildings is not a climate solution. We need tax relief to buy essentials that could be possible if not more money was put into our $59 million reserve. Our board appears to have no choice but to approve the global climate plan, to receive grant money. There are other means to receive funding without a climate plan. Instead of endorsing globally influenced ideas, the board has its own strategic plan of creating policies, not following guidelines. Solutions, this is where we all come together. Let's get on track, making policy that lowers poverty, emissions, increasing living standards for residents, helping families be healthier, self-empowered, and more resilient. Don't buy electric cars, buy good soil. Grow food, not your bank accounts. Biodiversity is biosecurity. Better irrigation methods, less chemical fertilizers, and gasification waste boilers to heat. Support local backyard farming. Money for retrofits? What about retrofitting the grow facility beside Rona to grow locally rich, nutrient food for us? Together, we have the power to make this happen. Let's do it. Thanks.
Thank you. We only have 1 minute left, and
One more, yeah, there.
Good. Yeah, that's the last slide with the tent city in front of City Hall.
I have Director Popoff with a question. Go ahead, Director Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A quick question here. If you agree that climate has been changing in the last few years and with the extreme weather events, what is your solution to climate change?
Well, the solution to climate change is really based on kind of what I said in my talk, is eliminating poverty and getting back to, like, the main key is helping residents facilitate their own lives, because they're really suffering. We're really suffering.
I'd like to add to that, but what is really key here is that they have had geoengineering going on for decades. There is your extreme weather. They can control the rain, they can control the droughts. And in my USBs, if you haven't gotten yet, is all the background information for that. So there is climate change. It's not man-made. That's our position.
Thank you. So we're out of time.
Peter,
Have any other questions on the list? Sorry, Director Peterson, are you wanting to ask
Peter?
a question?
yes, thank you.
Go ahead, you'll be
First
the
of all, I'd
last.
like to thank you. Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank you for your refreshing presentation. It takes a lot of guts to go against the grain. I was wondering if there's some way I could get a copy of your presentation.
Sure.
So it is on the, you'll get it,
Is he referring to the speeches that we read out? I assume. I don't think those are in the
That is
past.
correct.
okay,
because
we'll
the
get those
alternate
circulated if you
directors-
can send them to us.
Yeah, we can definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just for the
Thank
information,
you.
Karen has supplied thumb drives to all the directors.
Yeah, they'll be circulated.
So there's quite a bit of information in there as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming in and providing your information.
Yeah.
So we have our next delegation, Forest Enhancement Society of BC. Chris and Brian, can you unmute and maybe put your videos on if you can, because then you'll pop up on my screen.
Good morning, Chair Christine.
Audio.
It's up to them online. They have to turn up their own volume, but we will ask them. Chris, are you there?
I'm here, Christine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but can you turn up your volume a bit, please?
Okay.
And do you have Brian as well that will be presenting?
And Brian is on the call here, yes. How's my volume there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
And sorry, Chris, before you begin, we do have quite a few people unmuted. And before you share your screen, Christine, the last two digits of 88, can you mute them? And sorry, there was one more. I'm sorry, when people are unmuted, it also messes with the sound. So Jean, if you can mute, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Brian, I see you there now. I just flipped my screen. We have about 4 screens to get through to see everybody. Jay, if you can please mute. Anybody you see unmuted that's not Chris or Brian, if you can mute them, please. Sorry, Chris and Brian, we want to make sure people can hear you. Okay, where did Chris go? Do you have a presentation? You can go ahead now, Chris. And
Okay, thanks, Christine. I'm gonna share it here.
Christine, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's Amy, Director Chair Watson.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
We can hear you. Yes, thank you. And we can see your presentation.
Excellent.
All right, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Brian Watson. I'm an operations manager with the Forest Enhancement Society of British Columbia. I'm talking to you today from the traditional territory of the Tanaka peoples in Cranbrook. Thank you for having us. Chris, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Brian. Good morning, Chair, Directors, and Regional District staff. My name is Chris Longmore. I am the Manager of Fiber Procurement at the Mercer Celgar Pulp Mill facility in Castlegar. And I'm glad you were able to take the time to have us talk to you today.
Chris, we'll go to the next slide.
Okay.
So the Forest Enhancement Society of British Columbia, who are we? We're an agency of government that was created about 7 years ago to invest in projects on the landscape with that adhere to the purposes that were provided to us. Wildfire risk reduction, the utilization of fiber, to participate in projects that had carbon benefits were some of the early purposes of FESBC that remain today. We are a proponent-driven organization. We rely on eligible parties to submit applications to complete work on Crown land. We only fund work on provincial Crown land. We don't fund work on private land. First Nations reservations, we do not fund that either. So we're really just relegated to Crown land, which is a significant piece of the land base, as you well know. Our funding that we currently have is really just for us to participate in projects that reduce the risk of a wildfire around communities. Secondly, to utilize fiber that would otherwise be burnt in just normal forestry operations. And where possible, we'd like to do both, where we can utilize fiber that's generated from wildfire risk reduction projects. That's sort of like the triple word score for us. Over the last 7 years, the Forest Enhancement Society has funded approximately $23.5 million worth of projects in the Kootenay boundary area. So right from the West Boundary Community Forest to the Kimberley Nature Park, just in my hometown, or close to my hometown, is sort of where we've been. Next slide, Chris. Can we get the next? Okay, sorry. So we were initially supposed to be presenting to you as three parties. The Osoyoos Indian Band is not able to be with us here today, so I'm going to read their slide. Last year, we entered into a funding arrangement with the Osoyoos Indian Band and Mercer Selgar to develop a project around our utilization program. The Osoyoos Indian Band is really interested in using fiber from harvesting practices on their unceded territory as a it's super important to, I think, their values, where they're trying to mitigate the emissions of carbon into the atmosphere, but also to look at it from a perspective where they may be able to participate in from a business sense in the future. The OIB recognizes how logging has economic, environmental, and social benefits to all communities, but ensuring that fiber is not piled and burned is critical. With the assistance of funding from FESBC, the OIB has managed the incremental cost of delivering that fiber to Mercer when it's too expensive for the contractor to do so. This funding keeps logs out of the brush piles, pays contractors to move that pulp fiber, and helps to leave the cut block with much less fuels that could contribute to a wildfire. So the policy in British Columbia is that we need to abate the risk of wildfire after logging operations. And that's really what's pushed us into burning material that's low value for the last 40, 50 years. So similar to the Osoyoos Indian Band in their ambitions to try and do something different on the landscape and avoid the burning, the province of British Columbia is also thinking that way and is trying to build programs, policy that will phase out the burning of slash piles in the future. So Chris, I'll leave it over to you now with the next slide.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Yeah, it's a fantastic project with all three partners playing a key role in this. So let's just talk about some of the outcomes of this project. So Again, Brian mentioned the OIB wasn't here, or was unable to be here today, but what they've done or helped to do is remove a lot of this residual pulp fiber from over 50 logging sites in the Kootenay boundary fiber basket, if you will, and also ensuring that all the stakeholders, shareholders involved in the logging piece to move the material, everybody, the economics here breaks even, which is it provides assurances, right, for all parties. So that's been fantastic. Consequently, all this work has mitigated the fuel loading that Brian mentioned. The logging sites have a reduced amount of slash now on the site that normally would get burnt. It drastically reduces that amount of burning and of course the carbon emissions that go with that. So one belief that's been strongly communicated from the OIB is they take pride in taking care of their traditional territory. And this project with the OIB, the folks from FES-BC and our group here, Mercer Selgar, it's given them an opportunity to manage the land the way they wanted to see it. And so far it's been fantastic. And to date, there's been a little bit over $1.6 million spent through this project. And a lot of these monies have gone back into local communities, to the local contractors, all the spin-off jobs that are interconnected with the forest industry, as well as reducing the wildfire risk on these sites, and moving some of the pulp to the facility in order to increase the utilization. And if we look at some of the project specifics or milestones, if you will, Brian touched on it earlier. Essentially, this project with FES-BC, and Mercer Selgar and the OIB, it's provided assurances to all the parties to cover the expensive costs of transportation, or what we call incremental hauling of this uneconomical fiber resource. And what it's done is it's increased the utilization. It's helping to reduce the carbon emissions. It's provided the OIB an opportunity to responsibly manage their lands, and it wraps it all in where there's economic assurances for all the groups. So some of the fiber that we targeted in this project was beyond the economic zone of the pulp mill. So the outer ring, if you will, of the fiber basket in the Kootenay boundary region, those really far off locations that it just didn't make sense to deliver that pulp log. So to date, if we look back when the project started in May of 2023 till now, we've recovered about 120,000 cubic meters of fiber that has been delivered to the Mercer Selgar facility here in Castlegar. Some of you might think, well, what the heck does 120,000 cubic meters look like? So it's about 2,400 logging trucks of pulp logs. In the process, we've avoided approximately 52,000 tons of carbon being released into the atmosphere. And another way to look at this would be it's about 11,000 mid-sized vehicles we've taken off the road in 1 year's time. So,
Chris, I'm just going to let you know you have about 5 minutes left, and we have 4 questions so far from directors.
Okay, I'll make it quick here. The OIB and the Mercer Selgar group have already tabled a new application to Brian and his group from FES-BC to continue this program. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris and Brian. So we do have a couple questions from directors on my list. I have Jackman, Hewitt, Main, and Vandenberg. For Jackman.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the update. Mercer has provided quite a bit of information over past years. My questions are going to be around the next step in energy production. First off, though, it's good. Less burning of low value is less smoke, and less smoke we have to breathe is better health. So thank you. We've seen, though, that mills having to buy saw logs in the past to chip for pulp, and that's definitely the wrong path to go down. So kudos for getting the pulp logs to the mill. But on top of that, and I should say, I've seen a lot of loads coming off the shore with 3-inch tops, and cabled up so they'll hold together. But it's very encouraging to see how much more fiber you're hauling off the mountainside. But along with getting these pulp logs that weren't considered previously to a mill, what about the next step, the energy generation? Can you share with us anything? Have you had any more success negotiating with BC Hydro for long-term electricity provision agreements, which is necessary before Mercer can make its investments in additional energy production? The same question for Fortis Gas. I mean, I understand you can gas supply some of this residual and provide renewable natural gas for some 10,000 homes. Can you share anything on the direction you're going there? Because Fortis has a 2030 commitment, and I understand you need several years to bring any of this into production. So short of giving away secrets, how long would it take you to shift to the energy production? Is that the SBC behind that? And what can you share?
Go ahead, Chris or Brian.
I'll start. Thanks. From the energy side of things, you know, eventually what happens with this incremental fiber that comes into the mill is there is a hog component that is generated from this, which goes directly to the power production at our facility. I can't comment on the increased viability, I guess, of the power. I know with the recent droughts, we expect that Fortis and or Hydro will approach us for an increased production of that. But as far as how that looks with the overlap of with the FES BC group, it hasn't been explored, I guess, in our minds here.
Thank you. We have 3 more questions in about a minute and a half, so we won't do supplementals. Director Hewitt, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Brian and Chris, for the presentation. My question is really simple. There was the last 2 pages of your presentation weren't part of our package. Whether that was, it was changed after the original was sent, but I would just like to get a copy of the last 2 pages over the entire presentation. That was it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Main, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I had 2 questions, but I'm only going to ask one. I think the work that you're doing is definitely worthwhile, and you're doing a really good job of it. But I have a question about the intent of the program. Seems a bit like externalizing profit and internalizing costs to the taxpayer. So I'm wondering, is there a buy-in from the private sector that is benefiting from cutting of wood in the forests, but these cleanup costs, some of these cleanup costs are being held publicly. So where's the balance between those 2 competing interests?
I'll take this one, Chris. So I think the forest industry is changing. You know, we're looking to do more with less, I think, on the landscape as our harvest levels come down. The government's obviously looking to rural BC and trying to sustain jobs and economic activity. I mean, that's on the political side of things, and we're able at FES BC, but I think everything we do is somewhat aligned with government because it is government money that comes to FSBC. When we calculate our investment rates or when we fund a wildfire risk reduction project, we're really cognizant of the idea of fully covering the actual costs that would be borne by. We're trying to qualify the cost to move the log, say, from the back end of Kootenay Lake to the pulp mill with what the value is. So we look at the cost quite closely. We assess the value of that log, and where the difference is what we pay. And Chris will attest to this. We're quite sensitive to this at FSBC. We do not want to overfund projects because it is public treasury that's very scarce, and we're trying to get as many cubic meters in the program as possible. So we recognize that everybody in the supply chain has to cover their costs, and part of those costs are profit and risk assignment, if you will, or every logger's in it to make money, and we recognize that. But we do not want to pay any more than we absolutely have to get that distant log to that mill. Does that answer your question, Director?
We're out of time, so I think we'll just take it to go, Director Main. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
you can always follow up directly with Brian and Chris as well. We have one more question. Director Vandenberg, if you can be succinct, go ahead.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair. So my question is in regards to your comment on taking applications. Is this restricted only to Crown and Indigenous lands, those particular applications that you'd be interested in seeking? Thank you very
much. Yes. Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Forest Enhancement Society BC, we're trying not to use acronyms so much. Thank you for presenting to us and for your information. Directors, if you have other questions, the contact information is on the presentation in your agenda, and we'll see those extra 2 pages as well. Thanks so much, Chris and Brian. Nice to virtually meet you.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. You folks too.
Okay, directors, we're going to keep moving along. Items 3, we're in section 3. 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 are just for your information. They're being referred to further meetings. We do not need to make motions on these at this time. Committees and commissions for information. We've received those for our information. Any edits can be submitted to to the meeting coordinator. I think they're all good. With recommendations, 4.2.1, South Slocan Commission of Management. Who would like to take that one? Is that you, Director Hall?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that the board appoint the following individuals to the South Slocan Commission of Management for a term to end December 31st, 2024. Mandy Chutzloff and George Mentz. And further, the board send a letter to outgoing members Ian McGovern and Cindy Lawrence, thanking them for their service.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Lund. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All Recreation Committee, 4.2.2. Director McFadden, I believe you're the chair of that committee now. Go.
Sure. Number 1, the board approved the acquisition of Trans-Canada Trail. Proposal, that's what's the proposal. Anyways, the reports for an amount up to $20,000 to be allocated for individual regional parks reserves, with each regional park service responsible for funding only their portion of the acquired reports.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Further discussion? Again, those online directors, do put your name in chat. It's impossible to see any hands. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next motion, go ahead, and then I think Director Page might have an amendment, but go ahead.
Number 2, that the board approve the Community Service Access and Inclusion Policy Framework.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Director Page, go ahead.
Yeah, so we had a bit of this discussion before, and then listening to the discussion around concerns around budget, I did want to amend the Community Services Access and Inclusion Policy to replace the individual personal benefit limit of $100 for adults and $150 for youth with a total program budget not to exceed 7% of the annual user fee revenue within each recreation service.
So do you have an amendment you're proposing? And if so, can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, that we amend. Oh, yeah, I sent the resolution to staff.
Yeah, please do put it in chat so we can see it for those online. Thank you. So I'm just going to read the proposed amendment and then we'll see if we get a second. No, David off, please. Amend community services access and inclusion policy to replace the individual personal benefit limit of $100 for adults and $150 for youth with a total program budget not to exceed 7% of annual user fee revenue within each recreation service. Is there a second for that amendment? Jackman has seconded the amendment. And so now we'll discuss the amendment only. David off, do you want to speak to the amendment or the main motion?
On the amendment, Chair.
Okay, and sorry, I failed to let Director Page open, so I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Director Page, you can open on your amendment and then we'll go to David off.
Yeah, so we had a discussion about removing the personal benefit completely, a new piece of the policy that didn't exist previously. I did want to note for the board, this work was initiated from Recreation Service 5, the one I chair, and the largest recreation service within the district where this benefit is the most utilized. The reason for this amendment is to looking at the historic funding for the Leisure Access Program. It comes in at approximately just under 7% of total user fees. And so in the spirit of containing costs and making sure that we're accountable to our taxpayers and that we understand what these programs may cost, and then also appreciating that when an existing user goes and accesses the general admission part of this program, they receive upwards of $500 worth of benefit throughout the course of the year to take care of their health and invest in their well-being when they have issues financially or otherwise accessing the facility. The new expanded program and expanded eligibility with the addition of a $100 cap necessitates that after only the third month of accessing the fitness centers, they will then have to go find a sponsor somewhere in the community who will sponsor them for an additional credit of getting access to the leisure center, which is additional paperwork, bureaucracy, legwork for a part of the population that really just needs a lower barrier of access to access the facility and invest in their wellness. And so I think this is a prudent middle ground where we can know what the cost will be. They will be historically attached to what they have been in the past, which is approximately 7% of the user fees. They will therefore be able to collect additional data because we will understand where large users are of the program and where small users are of the program. And then we can inform where this budget should lay into the future. So I hope you will support this very reasonable and very pragmatic support for those most in need in our community to access our facilities, especially the very large facility at the NDCC.
Thank you. I've got Director David off.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Director Vandenberg and I sat as the representatives, RDCK representatives on the committee that did a very comprehensive review and deep dive on all of these things. I cannot speak for or against this amendment, but I have a question to staff and then I may be making a referral motion. So my question to staff is, has staff seen this and does staff understand all the ramifications and implications to the ability, our ability to provide this program? So that question is to staff first, and then I may have a referral motion depending on the staff answer.
Joe, go ahead.
Through the chair. So what this would change.
You need to turn up your volume, Joe.
Okay, sorry, just a moment.
Please. Thank you. The number ending in 23, if you can please mute your computer, it does affect our sound.
Through the chair, is that a little bit better? I don't have any more volume increase ability.
It's not. Just put your mic like in your mouth.
Sorry, through the chair, is that better?
Sorry, can you mute 23? Thank you. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Is that better?
Little bit, just go ahead.
Okay, through the chair, what it means is where the point of control is for the cost of the program. So part of the, so I can understand the concerns of Director Page. It would for some people, and I don't know the numbers, but Director Page is absolutely correct that for some people this would mean more work than they have right now. The program is expanded, so it doesn't change the scope of what is eligible to be funded. It changes the way we control the budget amount. So the way that we would have to do that at using the individual budget amounts allows us to control it through the software piece. So it's an administrative, a little bit of an administrative ease. This would mean that we would need to control it on a budget level, but that is perfectly, it is possible. It just won't be possibly quite as accurate. Some ways it actually might be better information. So it hasn't been totally fleshed out, Director Davidoff, so I was aware that this was coming, but we haven't totally fleshed it out. But what we would have to do is actually track it at the budget level to meet what the intent of the motion is. I don't know if that's clear enough.
You're muted, Director Davidoff, but I know you're speaking. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, that helps me because what we have done is that we see this is not a paradigm shift in what will happen, but I'm going to speak against the amendment because I think we can bring this in after in our all rec meeting, we talked about doing this for a year, seeing what happens with the way we passed everything and what we recommended. We had extensive conversations on this. So this is something that is not a paradigm shift, but again, to bring it at the last minute here without any fulsome discussion or referral back to the committee, that's why I'm speaking against it. It may be a good thing and it may not be a good thing, but we can do this later. We can proceed with what the All Rec Committee debated at length and then look in a year as to the impact of what we passed at All Rec, and then look at other options and tweaks such as this. So I speak against the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. So on the amendment, I've got Vandenberg, McFadden, and Jackman. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. The question that Director Davidoff presented is exactly what I had in mind as well. This was new to me. I wasn't expecting this. We did talk about this thoroughly. Thank you, Joe, for your response. You're telling me that you're kind of not sure, and I don't think that that's a good place to be. So therefore, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Director McFadden.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I have the same concern as Director Page, probably on the opposite, and maybe it's me misunderstanding the policy. My concern is if we put a cap of 7% of revenues, what happens if we use up that 7% in the first 6 months and someone comes the next month needing the service? Does that mean we can't provide the service for that person that needs it? Whereas right now we have a cap per person, then it at least allows that everyone will be able to access it and will have some information. So unless I'm misunderstanding, and please, Joe or anyone, if I'm misunderstanding, that is my concern with it, and we'll speak against it on that unless someone can give me an answer. My fear is, and it probably won't happen, I get it, that this is, we usually have only done right under 7%, but what if all of a sudden now we have an influx of people needing the service and then we can't provide it, is my fear.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question to Joe just to feed off of what Director McFadden said. So our next All Recreation Committee meeting, I believe, is late June. If we do approve this policy today, can we still make changes at that point? And that's through to Joe.
Yeah, through the chair, the implementation time for the policy is September. So you would have some time. It shortens down our time to prepare for the administrative processes. That's what it would change. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Tricia or our team that would lead that implementation process about timelines.
Thank you, Joe, and Director McFadden. I hope that I just want to get a time on there. Director Jackman, you are next for the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. For Assembly Speaker, add some thoughts to what I was going to say, but to part of the comments Director David made, which is quite valid, about how much we discuss this. I do feel we did discuss this kind of approach at the last all-rec. We had quite a long conversation. We just came out not providing the flexibility. I think it was flexibility that Director Page is suggesting here. So I think if everybody thinks back to that meeting, we talked about a lot of ways to approach this. In terms of a 7% cap, we can make amendments. We have, monthly and quarterly tracking of what's going on. So we can shift, make a financial plan, and whatever has to be done online pretty quick and easy. We will be doing that anyway. We always do. So I hope that wouldn't be a barrier, because as Director McFadden said, I don't want to see people being told, sorry, you came too late in the year. You're a winter user, but we're already out of money. That's the last thing that we have now. We're active outside in the summer, then fine in the winter, they're out of time. So I think we can manage that. But I do think this will give us more data, because we'll see the extremes in user access, that we won't arbitrarily just cap somebody else and say, sorry, you're done for the year. I would rather in this transition year that we have this approach, more flexibility, gain a little bit more data, then revisit. That it seems to me this is a logical evolution as to how we used to allow people to access facilities, and staff are very good at understanding making those calls for where the benefit to society, individual health, all of that rests with letting somebody in the facility more than just $100 worth of access. So I like this. This is, to me, transitional. We did discuss it. We just didn't land on it at the last meeting. And I wouldn't want to wait too long and end up in the same spot again. So I think the amendment is a good one.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on the amendment. Director Page, as the mover of the amendment, do you have any final last words that are short?
In the interest of the board, I do not.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor? 1, 2, and online 3, 4. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it
Peterson, yeah, Peterson opposed.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Peterson. So the amendment fails. That does not mean we can't rediscuss it in June at the next all-rec meeting, and we're back to the main amendment now, which is still on the floor, and that is that the board approve the Community Services Access and Inclusion Policy Framework. Is there anyone like to speak to that? Paige, go ahead.
I will just say I am going to vote in opposition to this change in the policy. The policy is now punitive and demeaning to people who are using the program compared to how they were using it before. We are making them go around town asking for handouts when they need to invest in their health. And it is it's one part of the personal cap really sacrifices the value of the program.
Thank you, Director Page. Are there other speakers? Director David, I noticed you're unmuted. Are you wanting to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, Director David.
Yeah, I really take offense to the comments made by Director Page, because we work really hard to be inclusive, to bring this to the board. And at the all-rec meeting, I think it was very clear how inclusive and supportive that we were in our recommendations to support those individuals in our communities that needed this program. So I just take offense to the comments made by Director Page about, people looking for handouts and things like that. Like, I also just want to commend staff's work in everything they did on something that was really complicated and has not been reviewed for a very long time. And I think all the members of the All Rec Commission saw and heard how hard we tried to be inclusive. So I just needed to say that, Chair. I speak in favor of the amended the policy as in the recommendation.
Thank you. Director Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do have a question to either the committee or staff that if this is approved, then will this be reviewed at the end of the year?
Joe, go ahead.
Through the chair. Next thing is that we have to put this into a policy, into the policy framework. So it's going to be coming back to the board as the policy. So this is kind of like the preamble of where you're giving us direction to bring this back as a policy. So just so you know, so that this is coming, it's coming back to you. Through to Director Popoff's question, the intent was that the new policy would come into effect for the fall season. So yes, you could get a report on the last 3 months of the season of the year in January of 2025.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Based on being reviewed, how well it worked, I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on the speakers list. So on the main motion, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Paige is opposed. Would you like to be recorded? No. Okay. Thank you. So we're moving to number 3. Director McFadden, go ahead.
That the board approves the following schedule of fees and charges for admissions be implemented for September 3rd, 2024, as per the All Recreation Commission or Committee, March 27, 2024 minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Discussion, looking around the room first. Looking on that line, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that carries. 4.2.3 Water Services Committee. And I can't remember. Newell, yes, thank you. Sorry, I always think it's.
A lot going on. I'd like to move the first recommendation that the board approve an amendment to the 2024 to 2028 financial plan. Reduce for service S255 water utility Balfour user fees to $296,826 and further to reduce contribution to reserves to $124,367.
You second that, Director Graham? And you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I had a meeting with Lily after the Water Services Committee meeting. There was some miscommunications that had gone out from the regional district with regards to some of the charges. And there was further a miscommunication from the advisory committee meeting that I was not at, which I will never do that again. So in the end, I just wanted to say thank you to Manager Wolf for helping me work through this. And I would appreciate the board's support in this amendment that we are making to the water services program today.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? I don't see anyone in the room or online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, Director Noel.
Second recommendation that the RDCK water utilities rates, fees and charges bylaw 2951/2024 be read a first, second and third time as amended. And to repeal or replace the adopt.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Dr. Jackman. So the as amended, of course, is the motion we just moved. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, Director Noel.
And set the bylaw for adoption.
we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. No discussion on adoption. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Flip the page. One more. Go ahead.
Yes, and this one is interesting situation. So that the that the Regional District Water Services Committee recommends that the board direct staff to provide metering refunds to water customer accounts that the four are listed there for the amounts of actual costs for metering costs incurred. That's our administrative costs. And the refunds are estimated at approximately 5,000, 15,000, 4,500, and 9,000 respectively. That would have otherwise been covered under the Phase 1 Erickson metering program.
Second, Vandenberg. Discussion. That was at 9:59. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, Community Sustainability Living Committee. Director Main, do you want to move this motion?
Yes, I will move that the board direct staff to review the current Community Sustainable Living Advisory Committee terms of reference and bring forward a report for the June 18th, 2024 CSLAC meeting.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Vandenberg. Discussion? In room, online, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Joint Resource Recovery Committee, Director Jackman chaired that one. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. So there's 9 of these, and I don't think we should try and group them, especially since there's a bylaw or individual. So I'm just going to read the intro to each one. First recommendation, all vote weighted. The board approved the amendment to the 2026 financial plan for West Waste Service 188 from transfer reserves to increase by 799,644 and capital expenditures to account for the increase in the amounts listed for the 3 projects.
Second.
Yeah, seconded. Discussion. Looking in the room first. Online, Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I this was a surprise to me at our meeting yesterday, and I know we ended up with unexpected costing, but this is pretty heavy duty money. And I'm just wondering, like, when we were doing our budget deliberations, was staff aware that this was a possibility? Because, and did staff remind us of that during our budget discussions? Because I don't remember it. So I just wanted to ask a question to staff, to the chair. Was staff aware of this potential huge $800,000 swing? And did staff inform us at some point that I missed it?
Is Uli on the line? Uli, are you there? You did speak to it yesterday, CAO. Can you?
Yeah, through the chair. AJ did speak to it yesterday in his summary of the costs that were increased versus the original design that was done. And there was some expectation there that those amounts were too low for the concrete costs and the mobilization, demobilization. And that was discussed during the budget process.
Thank you. Do you have a supplemental?
So I didn't hear what the CEO said about that. Was discussed on April 6th, the CEO said?
No, through the chair, I didn't say an exact date.
It was discussed yesterday and it was discussed during budget.
Okay, then I missed that. So I'm sorry. It seemed like a surprise yesterday to myself, and I don't know if it was a surprise to anybody else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Concrete prices for where we are with the significant changes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? I'll go ahead, Director Jackman.
So the second item is loan bylaw, loan authorization bylaw. So now we go to the first meeting, that goes to the ministry, I understand it comes back. So move the West Waste Management Subregion Refuse Disposal Recycling Service, the Cusco Dam Transfer Stations, loan authorization bylaw 2962/2024, being read for first, second, and third time.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Tierney. Discussion? Being in the room first. Online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one, also all vote related, which most of these are. Move the board authorize staff enter into a services agreement with North Mountain Construction Limited for West Roseberry and Spokane Transfer Station upgrades in the amount of $2.6 million as stated.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Discussion. I'll look online first.
Just
Go ahead, Vandenberg.
right, thank you to the chair. And I know this is not particularly in my area, but I'm wondering, it's stating not including GST. Is that accurate? Is that what you want to have in there?
Yeah, through the chair, normally that's what we include because it shows the cost of the regional district. We get a rebate for the GST, so we don't put that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
Yesterday we had somebody recused.
Oh, yeah. Right again, we had it noted. Director Hewitt, please make your statement. Go ahead.
Sorry. Chair, I, Director Hewitt, wish to declare at this time that I'm not entitled to participate in the discussion or vote on the next item of business on the meeting agenda. That is item number, it's 4.2.5, resolution number 4, by reason of in conflict, a direct pecuniary conflict, and that I wish to leave the meeting at this time and request that the minutes record my leaving the meeting for the reasons stated.
Thank you, Director Hewitt. Do not rely on me to remind her because I completely missed that yesterday.
Somebody can open it for her.
Director Jackman, once we're done this item, can you let her know?
Yeah.
Or Newell, actually, sorry, we're running them.
Or tomorrow or.
Okay, go ahead, Director Jackman.
Item 4, all vote weighted, on the contract, the board authorized staff to enter into a services agreement with Brenfit Industries Limited, the HP Tailings Facility 2024 Erosion Control Works on $87,490 for payments, not including GST.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion, looking in the room. Anyone online? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now let's let Director Hewitt back in. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Jackman.
Okay, item 5 on the agenda, another all vote weighted. Move the board accept the insurance deductible modification for SRK Consulting Canada Limited's professional errors and omissions liability insurance and increase the deductible from $50,000 to $500,000. Further, board also accept the modification to the professional errors and omissions liability coverage to reduce the aggregate amount from $10 million to $500.
Seconded. Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Discussion from the room. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The item 6 is all vote not weighted. So move the board authorize staff to proceed to the Central PB Invasive Species Society 2024 Option 1 recommended treatment options for all sites, which involves use of herbicides and or mechanical treatments to control invasive species dependent on site-specific conditions.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Newell. Discussion. We discussed a lot of these yesterday, but okay, all those in favor? Sorry, that was very hard to tell. 1, 2, okay. In favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That passes. Opposed? I'll be opposed. Thank you.
Okay.
Jackman, do you want to be recorded?
Not recording is necessary, possibly in violation of Robert's rules because I moved it. Somebody else remind me about it.
You can oppose your own motions.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
called democracy.
And Chair, I'd like to be recorded opposed as well.
Okay, David, I'll record it opposed. Thank you. Still passes. Go ahead.
Item 7 is also an all vote. I move the board authorize staff to apply for an organic waste to energy business case grant for the Green Municipal Fund to access viable waste to energy systems and business models for Crefton and Kootenay landfill.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Newell. Discussion. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, we spent some time talking about this yesterday, and I guess in terms of reflection, I'm still concerned about the use of our staff when our resources are low for the value or the benefit that we're getting out of this. One day it's going to be valuable, but the timing of it, this doesn't strike it right with me. And I think our staff could be working on other bigger picture items and certainly their work plan. And so I just wanted to point that out again, that I will not be supporting this further to considering our conversation on it yesterday.
Thank you, Director Vanover. Further discussion? Jackman, go ahead.
Sure, but Mike, I don't think we're going to learn a lot about Preston from this, because we pretty well understand our incremental closure, what we're getting out of it. I don't think it's too early to start looking more closely with the shed here. Because I don't know how incremental closure is going to roll out there, but it's a lot bigger than pile of garbage. So I think this is one case where I hear don't take the grants. This is one case. We're going to end up doing this anyway. If people are listening to grants associated with our costs, we're going to do this anyway. This is one I do agree with starting on now, like pretty well all of our waste management initiatives to get ahead of the curve on what's going to be put on us regardless of what we decide.
Thank you. And I do believe I heard yesterday, and CEO, remind me if you recall as well, that there was quite a timeline. There was quite flexibility in terms of applying for the grant, so they don't have to do it immediately. And that gave me some comfort because I do recognize the importance of the current work plan and when we divert from that for an opportunity. But this one has quite a long length period on it to apply, so it does give them some time, and I'm comfortable with that. No other speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? Vandenberg reported?
Yes, please.
Graham reported? Okay, so just Graham and Vandenberg. Okay, Lockwood reported? Lockwood reported, please. And you're noting that? Yeah, thank you. Number 8, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 to go. So number 8, also all vote waived. I move the board authorize staff to purchase 6 roll-off bins for Fusion West Manufacturing for total cost being $103,445, and as the rest of it distributed between the 3 services.
Second. Thank you, Newell. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And the last one from yesterday, all vote waived. Move that the resolution number 5724 being I won't read the whole thing with respect to the lease agreement for Oakey Creek Marina Limited, be amended to read that the board authorized staff to extend the lease agreement with Oakey Creek Marina Limited for the lease of lands associated with the Oakey Creek Recycling Depot until July 31st, 2024.
Second, thank you. Discussion? None looking online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. 4.3, Director's Reports. This is the month we do, well, we actually referred it last month, that's right. But I'm going to recommend we postpone this to the end of the meeting again. Dr. Hewitt?
I think I would just like to recommend referral to the next meeting because we got a pretty heavy agenda.
Okay.
That will be my motion.
So see if we get a second on that. Referral to May, which would be when we would do them again anyways. 3 seconds. Okay. On the proprietary of referral? No. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And Christine, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to check in with you. Just let me know if you need something. Okay, membership. I will move this motion that the board appoint the following individual to the Area D Advisory Planning and Heritage Commission for the term to end December 31st, 2026. That's Ken Hart. Okay. Thank you, Director Cuba. I was about to call you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Correspondence. So we have a few that do include motions. Are there correspondences, anything you'd like to pull that do not include motions? I got you, David, off on 6.1. Can you note that, please? Oh, that's on communications. Okay. So then we'll start with the correspondence with motions. 5.2. Would anyone, Director Jackman, okay?
With their recommendation, the board sent a letter of support to Crescent Valley Lake Economic Action Partnership for the NCBC advancing key sector street.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, McLaren Co. Discussion. I did read the write-up on this one. It looks really interesting, and it doesn't seem to overlap with the Columbia Basin Trust Forum that also occurs. There's some uniqueness to it, so it was really great to be able to identify that in their correspondence with us. No other discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 5.3, another one requesting a letter of support. Director Graham?
I move that motion that the board send a general letter of support to the Nelson and Golf Society for their ongoing fundraising and relationship building required to continue to build, improve, and maintain the high water disc golf course.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Noel.
Well, just a number of directors have provided community works grants for this project, so I think it lends itself to a letter of support as well.
Great. It might be good to note that in our letter of support that we have financially supported them through grants. So I'll watch for that when I see it. And just to note, disc golf's getting pretty big. Castle's got a great facility too. So it's not even a facility, it's in the forest. Good work to all of our volunteers. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And another one, 5.4, Nelson Nordic Ski Club. Go ahead, Noel. And this is a letter of support for Nelson Nordic Ski Club. Second. Graham, thank you. Discussion. Newell?
Same comment.
You provided some community works funds? Okay. I'll make note of that when I read the letter as well. I think it's important we can name that in our letter of support that we have financially contributed as part of that support. Okay, great.
Just clarification.
Yes.
Not for this project, but to the organization in the past for upgrades and development. So we have supported them.
Okay.
It's overcome.
I think with letters of supports, we can be more generic, just that we have financially supported them through area-specific grants. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So Director Davidoff, I have you on 6.1. I've noted pop off on 6.5. You can go ahead, Director Davidoff, for 6.1.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a comment and then a question. So this is an email to our CAO from George Heyman, and who is the Minister of Environment. And I read it 2 or 3 times, and what I'm seeing here is the government of British Columbia is going to provide us, or has provided us, with a $392,869 grant that we are allowed to utilize over the next 3 years to support local climate initiatives. Aligned with the Clean BC Roadmap and Climate Preparedness and Adaptation Strategy. And as I kept reading through it, about the mandatory reporting, and then I got to the Municipal Finance Authority comment. And that is that it looks like, and the question will be to the CAO, it looks like that if we're looking at financing projects in the future through the Municipal Finance Authority, that's going to be tied to all of these requirements that are outlined in this email. So is the ministry tying our hands and saying, if you don't do everything in accordance with the Clean BC Roadmap and Climate Preparedness and Adaptation Strategy and meet all these requirements over the next 3 years, and we're fretting you the money for 3 years, that we may have problems accessing money through the Municipal Financing Authority for buying things that we need, like a fire truck? So am I misreading this email, or has staff communicated with the Ministry of Environment on these connections? Because in essence, they're forcing us
CAO has an answer. Let him answer, and then you can have a supplemental if you'd like.
So
Yeah.
through the chair, yes, Director Davidoff, you are misreading what their intention is there. The point on the MFA is that the MFA is going to be required to provide ESG reporting on the projects that their loans fund. So in the future, we're going to have to provide reporting to MFA for their information so that they can report on the projects that their loans are funding. And these funds can be used for us to prepare those reports. We're currently not under the obligation to do so, but it's coming.
Okay, so supplemental, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so does the CAO believe that in some way this is kind of tying our hands and forcing us in a direction that we have to go with our climate action planning?
Through the chair, no, actually, I think this broadens the ability to use these funds because I've never seen them reference emergency management or some of the other items that they've mentioned in this letter before for being LGCAP eligible. So the fact that we can use it for a broader amount of things is actually quite positive in my view. I think it opens things up for the board to look at different initiatives and support different programs that are currently funded by taxation.
I have to.
Okay, and then thank you, Chair. So just I don't know if any other directors have any questions about this, but there's a heck of a lot there to absorb.
Yeah, thank you. Jackman, go ahead.
Thank you. So actually, I'll pick up on Stuart's comment about broadening opportunities. Like it says in the middle of the letter, in addition, you may also consider preparing for the emergency disaster management act, which isn't on us yet, and it's forecasting now 2026. So recently, we said to staff, yes, go ahead, staff another position. Part of the reason that was needed was for this. We said, we'll put 50% of that cost in our financial plan and look for the other 50% from the province. It's them doing this to us. So I want to see really soon, maybe next month, that we're going to take and fund that position for the 3 years out of this money before we start going down the forest path to look for other things to do with this money. So I'm not going to try to make a recommendation because of where it sits on the agenda, but I'm really looking forward to that next month. That we put that in that line item, that budget, then that staff person knows that we're fully supporting them, and we're not going to say that we have money floating around for something new. We have firm past commitments. Let's fund those first.
Did you want to comment on that? I will comment that when I read through the whole agenda, Stuart gets a little package from me with all my questions, so you guys have time to ask yours. So one of mine was on this one, and it was related to those very notes around this does expand our ability to fund the things we're going to be required to do, which is great because the LGCAP has been more so related to the things that we might discretionary do while we're still dealing with stuff we have to do. So it does broaden our ability to fund those. And my question through to staff at that time, which the answer was yes, is that being able to go beyond the sustainability service looking at these funds and where they can be used. So staff will be looking at that. And it definitely goes across all departments in terms of what qualifies. And so I anticipate in the future we'll be seeing some kind of, is it a report back or just as items come up, we'll know what this fund could be used for? How will that be kind of reported back to us?
No, I think through the chair right now, we bring funding opportunities for the local government climate action plan funds ad hoc as we get an annual allotment. I think because we've got such a large amount here, and it's supposed to cover until 2026, I would like reports in longer term plan as to how those funds would be used. Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a future discussion for the board, and I think emergency management will be a large part of that consideration. So as you noted, Director Jackman. Okay, so on this one, Director Vandenberg, on a different correspondence, which one? Just give me the number.
6.2.
Okay, go ahead then, that's next.
Okay, thank you through the chair. So my question will be directed to staff on this. In my mind, there's a lot packed in here again. I guess I'm not real clear as to what new inclusionary zoning really is meant to be. Maybe that's not the main issue. My big question is, will this help then to reduce staff's work plan time in terms of zoning and land use updates in our OCPs? It looks to me like the government is saying, here's what you need to do. And so build it in. So does that help then reduce our work plan or workload for our staff in this. What is the takeaway that you would have on this?
Sure.
Through the chair, for me, it's kind of to be determined. I don't know if Cindy has anything to add to that, but we're still working through how this will apply to our specific situation. Because it is about affordable housing and development projects and density, which we don't have a lot of in the rural areas. So I'm not sure of the impact.
So I think we'll be receiving something back to us again when we get a correspondence. It's for our information staff need time to incorporate what that looks like and then bring it back to us. Sangeeta, is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Great.
Supplemental, yes, go ahead.
So typically, we don't have a forum or a committee that deals with the opportunity of talking to our planning and zoning personnel. There is no mechanism in the rural affairs or, you know what I'm saying? We don't.
We can't discuss it at
Would that should then just come back to us in board and not through a committee? Which in a committee, we get to massage things and talk about things. On the board, yeah.
We will likely do it through rural affairs, but invite the municipal partners because there is that provincial planning component. So I would just leave it there and note for the executive to make sure that I would not recommend this come back to board because it's a big discussion. It likely will be in wrap.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was 6.2. 6.4, Director Jackman, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Interestingly, I have notes on 6.2 and I scribbled them out because I'm gonna loop them back to 6.4. So better saying there's a big chunk of change, $250,000 for regional growth strategy. So I'm worried about this starting off kind of as if square one, and I think we're at square 5 or 6 or way well down the path. We had a workshop, we had lots of ideas. We looked at a different model for local community planning, it's local input, and that would be used as part of what's embedded in official community plans, which in my mind have to be professionally drafted, make sure they concur with legislation. And then that would be the stepping stone to whether or not we want to do anything to change zoning. Meanwhile, we have dozens and dozens of suggested changes to zoning right now, right in front of us, answered by April 30. I want to step back and say, well, we had all this great conversation at a workshop about, is there a different way to do this? And that seemed to start back with talking to the people about their local needs. And that's what I want to see this money go to. And when we talk about local needs, and then you go back to the provinces sort of push against mostly municipalities on zoning in general, I saw words in there around restricted residential densities. Now, I asked months and months ago, and if not years ago, why do we have R1, R2, R3, R4, pretending that we're going to make our rural areas look like a suburban little cluster? We're not. We had cluster development permits, none of them ever were enacted. In fact, every day we said, we'll just take out. So again, we need to go back, not to step one, but to where we've already had our conversations. But if we're going to wrap our heads around this, are we restricting things that the province is telling cities and municipalities don't do? So the rural areas, let's not do that. Let's talk to community, which we've already done off and on intermittently, wholesome manner, and then go from there to OCPs to zoning, instead of jumping into all these zoning changes. So I want to see that $250,000 come back to a discussion with rural and necessarily invited municipalities, one more loop with rural, and go to board to talk about why are we at the end of the process changing zoning, and the province has given us $250,000 to maybe take a very different path. We only just began to talk about it.
So we do have quite a bit of a speakers list on this one. And first, just to note, we didn't apply for this funding. It was just given to us. So it is a bit of that game where we have a lot already to do. We're getting more and more to do because the province is requiring us to do things. And then they're like, and here's some money to do this specific thing without addressing the fact that we have a lot of other things to do. Before we get into a planning 101 conversation here, which needs a lot more time, are we going to see this correspondence or this amount of funding also come back to us in the format in which we just referenced for the previous work, where we can discuss all of the work plans, all of the considerations? Is that what will occur? Will it occur in RAC? Can you kind of just give us the process framework? Because I don't want us getting into the details when that's an actual discussion we need to have at Rural Affairs. CAO?
Yeah, through the chair, I think to Director Jackman's point about where we are in that process, I don't think staff could come up with a plan right now in terms of how these funds would be used because we don't know the direction that particularly RAC wants to take with regards to planning process. So once we get that ironed out, we can then apply this funding to those projects or that process.
Go ahead, Sangeeta, and just speak a little more over here.
Yeah, and I can add to that, like, there's so much complexity in, when we talk about regional growth in this area, we're not like the big cities in the Lower Mainland. So growth here is more about servicing water, sewer, and where it can be enabled and where it can't. That's what the zones are really intended for, is to limit growth based on servicing and sometimes also access. So very complex, lots to talk about.
I would beg your supplement.
I have 3 speakers on this one item.
Super brief.
Okay.
Okay. This is toward development of a regional growth strategy. I don't believe before people hire me, we're going to have a regional growth strategy. I just want to put the money onto the baby steps leading to that, which includes talking to the community, OCP updates, and then if there's any logical zoning changes. And as for servicing, the land tells us what it can service, and Interior Health has the authority there, not us.
Thank you. So again, a lot more details to come from that. So I do have Pop-Off, Davidoff, and Maine, but can I just premise we're going to have a deeper discussion on this? So any questions about what this might be, where we might go, we don't know right now. So Pop-Off, Davidoff, and then Maine, focused on the process, please. Pop-Off, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Chair. I think you've covered it. We need a deeper conversation on regional growth strategies, what it impacts, how is it going to impact rural areas where we have no planning. So I will just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Davidoff?
Yeah, my concern is specific to the Area I official community plan, which we're supposed to be rolling out in the next couple of months. And we have a policy statement in our draft OCP, and it refers to a new zoning called village residential. The problem is that it's in a possibility almost because of servicing issues. So this is really current for us. We can't wait a year or 6 months about how this impacts us and our growth strategy. So I'll be talking to staff about how we address this in our OCP. But money, no explanation, just frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's called an election on the horizon. Director Maine, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So with recognition that I fully support Director Jackman's concerns about this, I have 2 comments to make, both provincially and federally. Programs and policies and funding rolls out that is basically based on an urban model, and then it leaves it up to the rural areas of the provinces to figure out just how the heck we can use and access these programs. When we do get to, when we start talking about the regional growth strategy, that has to include the municipalities as well as the rural areas.
Okay, Director Page, I just want to note we're going to have, again, a deeper conversation. Municipalities will be included. Go ahead if it's relevant to right now.
Just a few things I've heard around the table. Is we didn't apply for this. This is just coming off of municipal affairs through their own work. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm just the other thing there is, of course, our strategic plan. This was one of the pieces that we put in place, and so the wording seems to align with what we had talked about in strategic planning about developing an understanding of regional growth. So those are my 2 comments.
Thank you. Okay, folks, we're past our morning break, so we're going to take our break now, 10 minutes. Thank you.
So yeah, how do we feel like manage escalation?
Everybody, if you could please take your seats, we're going to reconvene.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mike, guys are online. If you could please mute your computer. Mike Geisler, can you mute your computer, please? Christine, can you mute that one? Oh, okay, great, thank you. Okay, do we have everybody back? Do we have Director Cunningham? Oh, there he is. Thank you. Thanks so much to all of our participants today for being so quiet. It's been easier to handle the sound in the room than it has been online. So I really appreciate you guys helping out with keeping our sound clear. Thank you. All right, then, so we're going to finish up correspondence. Director Popoff, you had pulled 6.5. Go ahead on 6.5.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. 6.5 is the resolution about the challenges facing BC seniors or rural seniors in BC. And what it, having sat on the Seniors Advocate Council of Advisors for 4 years and brought this issue up many times, but the advocate did not.
Sorry, 1 second, Director Popoff.
Could we volumize him a bit on the upside?
Director Popoff, can you turn up your volume?
Okay.
It's the speakers on your TVs that need to be turned up.
Thank you.
They're at their max.
Yeah. It's also the people on the other end, their volumes can be too low. Ours are at their max.
Thank you.
Director Popoff, go ahead. I think that did increase. Try again and I'll let you know if it doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm talking about is a City of Port Alberni resolution to UBCM.
Yes.
And I believe my volume should be okay now. And I have sat on the BC Seniors Advocate Council of Advisors for 4 years. And at that time, there were 30 advisors, and most of them were from the bigger municipalities. There were only 2 rural advisors, myself and a lady from Savinaw. And we brought up the challenges that face us truly rural people, the seniors in the rural areas. So when I look at it, that report is long overdue. And I am glad the City of Port Alberni is putting forth the resolution to UBCM. And if not endorsed by the UBCM, council, then I would strongly recommend that we support that. If for the directors that do go to UBCM, support that at the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Popoff. Okay. So that was it for correspondence. I'm just going to go back to the screen here. Number 7, for information accounts payable, were there any questions from directors? Graham, go ahead.
I just have one question through the chair to staff, and it's regarding a payment to an employee, Eric Graham, no relation. For $5,000, just seemed like a weird.
For the chair, moving allowance for a new Castle Fire Chief.
Yes, might as well note. Castle has a new fire chief. Eric Graham is his name. Not related to Director Graham. Other questions on accounts payable? Seeing none, thank you. So 8.1, bylaw 2923, this is a defined area D medical first responder service. This is going out to alternative approval process. I'm happy to make the motion. This would initiate the process of alternative approval. Thanks, Tom. I see you standing there. If we have questions, I'll second. Okay, moved and seconded. I'll just quickly note that this has actually been on the list for quite a few years, but it's lots of different changes, so no discount to staff. First responder at Lardo Valley and Ainsworth Woodbury will definitely benefit from this because we will have a vehicle, we will have more people, and we will have training available. Currently, there's only 2 in the Lardo Valley for all of Area D outside the fire service. And we will be at the emergency fair on May 12th in Lardo Valley for different details. So that's just an update. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. Further discussion, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 2949 Wendell Lakeside Fire Protection Local Service Area. This is for adoption.
Chair, move adoption of the amending bylaw.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 8.3, freedom of information. This is an update to a very old bylaw that we're cleaning up. There's motions. We can ask questions. What would you like to do, directors?
Move the recommendation.
Thank you, Director Cunningham. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Looking online. Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's the first motion, and the second one.
Move.
Thank you. Someone's unmuted. It's unmuted. Wayne, if you can mute your computer, please. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I should have noted this at the beginning, but this is one of the ones I sent in advance. The rates applied in this are standard across the province. We don't set them.
So question, Chair, it wasn't appropriate in the motion, but do we have a separate initiative to source floppy disks so we can floppy disks and microfiches?
I did notice that. No response. I was surprised by that one. Standards. Okay. 9.1, we're the Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisor contract. So East Kootenay did this one for the first 2 terms of the contract, and now we're into 4th. Oh, 7 years. It's, yeah, total is going into 7 years. Okay, I always think of it as our election terms. Questions or motion, either one, directors?
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Director Main. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. You're on the table first. Cunningham, go ahead.
Back from this organization and see what they, we get reports back from them, or do we?
Yes. They're usually received under correspondence, I believe. We get their, I think it's quarterly reports. And then if you're on their newsletter, I get a newsletter every month from them. Sangeeta, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, through the chair, that's what I wanted to, I can send out links to everybody after.
I do find their newsletter so that their quarterly reports are more about what have they done from like for the funders to know how they're achieving things, and then their newsletters are a lot more about what are the actions outside to the farmers. Yeah, so they're good to get both because then you see what they're doing.
Thank you.
Paige, go ahead.
We're on 9.1.1, right, Kiefer?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering on this one, the rationale why it's coming out of general S100 versus rural affairs or sustainable living?
Generally, because the Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisors is not limited to the service areas that would only be rural affairs or sustainability. It's for farmers all across the central Kootenay, Kootenay Boundary, and East Kootenay. So it's all farmers. It's not just sustainability participants.
Thanks for that.
Some farmers are not in the rural areas, or actually in municipalities now that we're getting into urban farming. Was that good, Director Page?
Yep, thanks for that clarity. Appreciate it.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Emergency flood response plan. So this is a motion to amend the previous one to increase the grant application. Dan, I saw you come in. Is there anything you want to add to your report? Questions on the motion, directors? Gotta do something, question or a motion.
Okay.
Graham.
I'll move it.
Move the motion. Thank you. Second, Director McFadden, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we are at 9.1.3. I want to recommend, because we do have quite a few people here, that we do allow public time now before we go to the climate action, not a plan anymore, next steps, so that we can hear from the public before we do our debate. I think that would be, yeah, I see your hand. Just 1 second, please. Yeah. So to the board, does anyone disagree with that change? Dr. Noel? Okay, thank you. Do we need a motion for that? So we're reordering the agenda for public time at 11, whatever it is now, 5. Seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Noel?
Make a further amendment. You want to bring that into the other room? Amendment to the agenda?
I could.
Just one second. Mark and Mara, if you could please mute your computer. Director Noel, yes.
I'd like to move that we increase the length of the public time from 15 minutes to 22. No, I'm these people and I don't know what the number is, and since it's 5 after half an hour. So I move that we extend the public time from 15 minutes to 30 minutes.
Is there a second for that? Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so I'm going to give the one for public time. If all those online, please remain muted at this time. If you're a director that would like to speak, just put your name in chat, please. So this is how public time works. I've got you. Don't worry about it. There's going to be a few people ahead of you. So we've changed it to 30 minutes. That means we're not limited to 15, but we will keep it strict to the 30 minutes. We do have quite a bit of business to get done post this. Generally, what you want to do is you want to focus on a question. With 30 minutes, I won't be super strict about the around a minute. 2 minutes should be your max. There are 2 people that had asked questions previously at committees that we weren't able to answer, so they are going to be first in line. That's Deb Randall and Diane Luckton. And I'll start with those in the room, and then we'll go to those online. So Deb Randall, are you here? Do you want to start with your question? Go ahead.
I did get a written response from Paris, but I will, since you
go ahead, Deb.
invited me. My question was whether or not the Climate Action Plan is mandatory to get FCM and GMF funding. And because at the February 15th board meeting, Director Popoff asked the question, and the response was yes. And then the memo, the board memo, sort of phrases it like option 1, you'll get funding, option 2, you'll get funding, option 3, you won't get funding. So I asked the question, and the answer is no, it's not required. There's a list of requirements. It is one of the things that satisfies it, but so does any energy plan. So it wasn't, the board memo didn't contain all the details of how you could satisfy the requirements of funding. So that's, the question was answered.
Okay, thank you, Deb. Diane, you're next. Welcome, Diane.
I wanted to applaud everybody for being so engaged and for the work that you guys do. I don't think it's very easy. I have to say that I'm for as much climate action to make us more resilient as possible. And I would also like a stronger consideration for no pesticide or herbicide spraying in this area, for more protection for watersheds, and paying attention to what would be the best way to log. I'm pro-logging, but I want consideration for how it is the best to be done. I'm grateful for what fire mitigation you've done in my area. And I applaud everybody for being engaged in public discussion. Thank you. I'm a big grower of food, and so any agricultural support also with water is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I started in herbalism, and hearing that Diane was here today was very exciting. I haven't met her 20 years ago. She was one of my first mentors here without knowing it. So then those in the gallery, if you want to just come up, and I'll just ask you to all work together to not knock each other out or anything like that, trying to get to the front. So go ahead, just state your name. I did know Deb and Diane's name, but if you can state your name and where you're from, that'd be great.
Yeah, my name is Nick Dimitri. I'm from Windlaw.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, well, what I'd like to say is that we're being taxed, like the carbon tax from the federal government and the provincial government and now the municipal government, and you guys are on the ground with us here. So I would prefer that instead of taxing the people, you tax the corporations, like petroleum corporations, and the logging corporations to, well, at least the petroleum to punitively fine and tax them towards a Superfund cleanup of their mess. Now, when it comes to the whole thing of the clear-cut logging, if you do selection logging that doesn't high grade, then you're saving relative old growth while saving canopy for hydrology. And I do think that the public should be able to weigh in on the Columbia Basin Trust Columbia Basin Treaty being renegotiated in 2025 towards this. So when we need to do reforestation and ending the deforestation style logging and switch to the selection logging that doesn't hybrid, because the carbon, what happened is like we just started doing this like 100 years ago, just over 100 years ago, where we started to only the very rich could drill down, dredge back up oil. Right? Now that is, then they put it into all kinds of products, and we're eating it. It's like horrible, right? It's endocrine disrupting. It's liver burdening, right? And then it's acidifying the ocean, and it just slips into the ocean because of the deforestation. When you deforest, while sending all that carbon up into the air, that slips it into the ocean. So it has an acidifying effect in the ocean. Then it has the effect of what do you call it, the convection in the ocean too, where it gets kicked back up at the poles and reheated, the black reheated, and then of carbon, and then it goes down and sinks around the poles to melt the polar caps from below.
You're almost out of time, Nick. Do you have a question for us?
Okay, my question for you is, why can't we, why do we have to pay taxes for deciding an infrastructure that's decided not by us to begin with? It's the ilk of people who have decided that infrastructure that should be paying, not us.
Thank you.
People.
So there are a couple things I can give back to you. The Columbia River Treaty Agreement in principle will be coming to the public for engagement. Those meetings are yet to be determined, not by us. They'll be determined by the province, but just FYI for you, because you mentioned the treaty. Our taxation base is always on land. It's on property, and that's set by the province. We don't get to choose other entities to tax. But they do tax at their levels. And then wildfire mitigation, we have focused quite a bit on shaded fuel breaks, and any mitigation we're leading is always based in community engagement. And a lot of that engagement is about shaded fuel breaks, keeping that ecology strong, the hydrology, and there's about a 2-decade history on our work in that front. So thank you, Nick. We're going to move on to the rest of the speakers.
If the taxes do raise your income, then maybe you'll be able to pay.
So next on the speakers list, and we'll go to, can you watch the time so that we give equal time to those in line? In the green, did you want to ask us a question? Come on up.
My name's Keith Wiley. Thanks very much for hearing me today. I want to congratulate the RDCK on having a climate plan. I think it's really important that we go ahead and have a strong one. I think it's very easy for local politicians to talk about adaptation to climate and the dangerous things of flooding and extreme weather events that we face. And that's a no-brainer. We need to do that. So congratulations on that. It's harder to talk about emissions reductions and reducing fossil fuel use, largely because these are much bigger topics controlled by the global economy. But there are things we can do locally. So the first part is adaptation, and the second part is usually called mitigation, preventing the climate disaster from getting worse and worse and worse. And that's what we're facing. So I want to know about the balance in the RDCK plan, whether you feel it's doing enough on the emissions reduction side, because that's the harder one to tackle. It's the harder one to grasp and cope with. So that's my question. I'm really hoping that we have more. I'm a little disappointed in the ambition. I think we could be a little bit more ambitious about a number of ways on transportation and home heating to reduce local emissions. So I'd like to hear about that ambition and how that can be ramped up.
Thank you. There's quite a history on that one in terms of energy emissions and our tracking on that. Paris, do you have a response to that one?
I do. Thank you, through the chair.
And just come up a little closer because this is where I'm, thank you.
Thanks, Keith. Nice to see you here. In terms of mitigation, that's largely, we have been on a track to mitigate our efforts for a long time. And we did modeling to support the new actions that are outlined in the Climate Action Plan to help us move more directly towards our 2030 and 2050 goals. So we have a trajectory that is what we call business as usual. It's not going to get us there. And the new actions move us closer towards getting there. And they're largely around the mitigation our mitigation efforts. So the new actions are important for mitigation as well as for adaptation and yes, they're based on model.
Thank you, Heath. I'm just, come up, Nico. Sure. Come on up. I'm just going to say something to those online that will ask a question. I appreciate you putting your name in the chat. We've got you on the list. If you haven't put your name in chat, you can put your hand up and I'll check for that in just a second. We're trying to get an idea of how many speakers online. So go ahead and do that. Just put your hand up or put your name in chat. Nico, go ahead. Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you for everybody for coming today. I really appreciate everyone putting effort into this RDCK and trying to work towards making it all work between the government pressure and the communities. I'm Nico Becker from Ainsworth, and one of the things that I think is we need more small business. If RDCKs wants to squeeze more money out of the people, they have to let the people earn more money. And what's happening is people are getting bled out. I associate with lots of people in the community, and I'm finding there's just not enough money. And now the RDCK wants more taxation, more money off the people. And I think we need more industry, sort of mid-level industry. Sawmills, I mean, I grew up late. We had lots of sawmills and lots of entry-level jobs. So anybody, a single mom, a student, somebody with low education could get into a business and be able to not be on welfare, not be on EI. And I know Can Filter was another facility that was facilitating that, and same with Insight. I know we have PTR who's doing it now, but I think we need more. I think the RDCK, it'd be responsible for them to, or maybe they could take it on to be able to support our communities more in the way of industry if they want to take more money from them. And the other thing that, okay, so that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the whole RDCK dumping system. It's, you guys, I was watching what you guys had online earlier about logging trucks and about worrying about fuel and climate change. The amount of trucking that the RDCK is doing with moving waste is ridiculous, in my personal opinion. I think that if dumps should stay local to areas and not be shipped around. I think the amount we're spending on it is ridiculous. And then it comes back to us as a community. And I think dumping should be free. You can tell the wealth of a community by how many toilets there are and how many garbage facilities there are. And we're having to pay for both of those. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nico. On economic development, it is a good note. We don't have a regional economic development service. We have sub-regional economic development services. So they're like in Castlin Area D, we have an economic development. Creston A, B, and C have one. And we're all doing kind of different things. And it has been something that was raised in our previous strategic plan to look at a regional economic development approach to things. At this time, we're not going down that road only because of all the other things that we have to address. It becomes one of the side items because of just the level of it. It's a catch-22 when you want to put taxes into something. It's going to cost you to do that service. And then what do you get out of it? And some of the work that's done has been primarily planning. It doesn't have that tangible outcome that you're looking for. So part of the work that we do is looking at how does land use planning encourage this economic development? So there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but definitely noted on your input. And I do know I did forward all of your emails regarding the request on how landfills are regulated to understand why we have to centralize them. And it's a very complex conversation, but perhaps sometime we could sit down with the resource recovery staff because I don't think it was a simple answer to give to you.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, so I do apologize.
With RVs, boats and campers, they're getting dumped because RDCK is not willing to take responsibility for a reasonable way of disposing of them. And now they want them taken to Kootenay, and it's not cost effective for the clients. And especially because the clients at this point, usually they're trying to clean up these vehicles or boats or campers, and there's nowhere for them to go.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
I'm just going to check the time. We have quite a few people online. Yeah, 15. So we're going to switch to those online because we do have a few folks there. First, we have, did we get Jean's last name?
Blackstock.
We have Jean Blackstock, and then we had another Jean that was before you, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. It's hard. I think it's the same person. Go ahead, Jean.
It might be. Okay.
Oh, you just muted yourself, Jean. Unmute yourself and try again. There you go.
Hi. I'm from Canyon, BC, and I am a grandmother. I have 2 grandchildren, and I'm very concerned that from before 1950, the CO2 was at 300 parts per million, and now since 1950, we're heading to over 400 parts per million of CO2, and the planet is warming, and I'm very, very concerned about water, about drought, about all kinds of climate-related problems. So my question to you, because last year, I love your climate plan. I love the climate plan. I don't know how much it has changed since last year. I have the climate action workbook, and I pretty much agreed with almost everything in it. So my question to you today is, now it's almost been a year since we would have had a chance to have voted for the climate plan. So if you're voting today, how much time will it take for this climate plan to be implemented? Because I am very in favor of the climate plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. So I'm going to go to staff just on the process question in terms of if it is adopted today. Eris, can you answer that? Can you put Tamara on the list, please?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Hi, Jean. So there are 3 categories of actions that are outlined in the climate action plan. Those that are currently in the work plan, so they're underway and staff are working on them. And then there's ones that are regulated and they're largely being worked on as well, or will be worked on in the near future. And then there are new actions, and those new actions require a level of investigation. So they're ideas at this stage, and they require a level of investigation and then approval from the board. So depending on the urgency, depending on the availability of staff, depending on where the priorities are, we can't say explicitly until we have direction from the board to proceed of how that will roll out, but we'll try to keep our communication open, and you'll see them come back to the board as we start to move forward on the new actions.
So Jean, I'll just add to that if you look at our agenda today, there's 2 different options for the climate actions, and depending on which one the board goes with, if the board does choose one, the main staff recommendation includes those ideas that would be a part of that, and those would all require a feasibility assessment. So those are the ones where you can't necessarily give a date on them. Because it depends on what comes forward first. It depends on what the feasibility is on it, and then if it even moves forward from that point. So they have a whole additional process to them. If the board does go with that one, either way, the ones in the work plan are already in queue, and you can look at our quarterly report to see where some of those are at. So hopefully that answered your question.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Diana.
You're going to me, Diana Van
Yeah.
Eyck? Okay, thank you. Okay.
I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. I'm mostly addressing this to Walter Popoff since he's our director. But I just want to say I'm really grateful for this event and giving us the chance to speak. But my question is, you know, summers have become really terrifying for a lot of us, fearing wildfires and that sort of thing. And I'm wondering, you know, how you see your responsibility to base the climate action plan on accurate science. And I just want to urge for the strongest climate action plan that you can get, because it's just terrifying. I have grandkids, you know, we just really need to address this emergency. So that's my question is, you know, accurate, how much of a responsibility do you feel it is to base the plan on really accurate scientific information? And how can you strengthen it so that we won't have to be afraid of the summer anymore? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Diana. So in specific reference to the wildfire mitigation work, we have community wildfire protection plans, and they do use the data GIS right on the ground, establishing things. The metrics for those plans are determined through, who are they determined through? They're a mix of BC Wildfire Service and forestry. So they set the metrics for the community wildfire protection plans. They're now required to be updated to community wildfire resiliency plans. So D, A, and E just updated theirs, and then the rest of them will be updated as well. So you can see those plans, and they'll give you some very specific and very detailed data. And then out of that, there's recommendations to look at where do we go from there. So that's one aspect. We have our Fire Smart program, which is, you know, the residential assessments, the community assessments, where you get neighborhood recognition. There's quite a bit more.
Sorry to interrupt, but what about bringing down the emissions so that it's less of a risk in the first place?
So I'll go to, I think Paris kind of addressed that one earlier, but go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi, Diana. Yes, so we do understand that there's both a response side, so adapting, and also mitigating so that the problem doesn't worsen, and appreciate both you and Keith for highlighting that. The actions that are outlined, they address some of our key areas where there are emissions in terms of buildings and also in terms of transportation. And so we have robust programs around that are mostly regulated through the province, through STEP code. We also have a program called the Regional Energy Efficiency Program that supports residents to improve the efficiency of their homes and reduce both the cost of operating it, but also reduce fuel switching their heating sources. And then also transportation is something that we're looking at as a regional district, because it's a big regional district. And so understanding how we can improve access to services that are really community driven and make sense for individual communities around active and department transportation. And that's an area of investigation at this point.
Thanks, Diana. We have quite a speakers list, so I'm going to keep going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, and just, yes, someone wanted me to clarify, when the directors go to the item of the climate action work, there are three options. Option 1, option 2, and the third is if you don't want to do it at all, that is an option as well. So just clarifying, someone wanted me to note that. So Nick online was next. Go ahead, Nick. I didn't get a last one.
Ann and Stuart, Nicole Stewart.
Oh, okay, sorry, Ann and Stuart Heard. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to applaud the efforts of the RDCK forward planning for climate change. I understand that circumstances and budgets will require adjustment in this living document. My family are worried about the future of life on our planet, and we are changing our way of living to help us feel proactive. Our family is changing, and we're always on the lookout for another action to help reduce our personal impact. We are encouraged to see supportive action in local government and in the world. I'm trying to look forward to seeing sustainable development and being excited about that rather than letting my fears overcome me. And I really thank you all for your efforts. But my question is, under recovery, resource recovery in the RDCK plan, organic waste recovery is referenced as a door-to-door collection with transport to regional processing. Are community-based strategies being considered to allow the compost resource to stay in the community without long-distance hauling?
Yeah, thank you, Anne. That's a good question. So our resource recovery plan does identify an organic waste and diversion strategy that is 3-phase. The first phase was the municipal, kind of where the volume is. And so that is a mix of having direct to, which is at Central and Preston landfills, and that's more so for kind of the south end of the district. The second phase is looking at those areas that buffer that could see curbside, which is currently out on referendum. And then the third phase is looking at our rural communities where hauling is really not going to work, or the facility is too far, as you say. And so we're not at that third phase, but it is part of the plan to get to that point. And there'll be a lot of different options we might look at. For Area D, I do currently fund different electric fencing and different composting ideas. So looking at how to really encourage those in-community options when the hauling really doesn't make sense. You don't want to be doing that and you're too far from a facility. So it's a 3-phased approach. And if you want more details, you can email us and we'll send you that.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are starting to run out of time. I'm going to keep us moving, and anyone that is not muted, if you could mute now. David Berenger, hopefully I said your name right. Go ahead. Oh, is that you?
No, but I'd like to speak.
Okay, we're running out of time. David, go ahead. Sebastian, if you can please mute your computer. We're looking for David right now.
Unmuted. Okay, I just wanted to say I'm speaking to you from Banff Avenue in Banff. I had to make an emergency trip to Calgary. Otherwise, I would be there in person. I fully support any and all climate action plans that you come up with. But the importance is that we make them scientifically based, and actually that they are actions and not just motions of support that we support this or that. I mean, that's good, but we need to go further. And in terms of reducing our emissions at the source, regional district can maybe look at that with electrification of vehicles, making solar panels on the roof of the building down in Nelson, looking at other ways of using renewable energy. My question, I guess, would be just that, like all the directors, to say whether or not they understand the science behind climate change, excuse me, and or whether they are people that believe what the presentation this morning has presented to you. Because I think it's important that our elected representatives state clearly whether or not they understand what is at stake here, and what that will then color the way that they vote. Sorry, I'm not very organized here because I'm out in the middle of nowhere. But thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I think we should have more meetings like this. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm sorry, it was kind of hard to hear him. Did you catch his question? Okay, sorry, David, was there a specific question, or you were just encouraging us to follow science?
Well, follow science. Well, the specific question was, I would like each director to state whether or not they agree with the findings of the IPCC and the great majority of scientists that are actually scientists in the field of climatology, not engineers or people that have a degree in geology somewhere. So that's I think crucial to know who understands the situation and who is being more of a politician in sort of the worst sense of the word. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay, thanks, David.
Thank you.
When we go to this debate, I'll leave it to the directors to make the comments they would like.
Okay, thank you.
Do any directors oppose us going to noon for public time? It is a motion that Director Davidoff would like to make. Does anybody oppose that? Can we just do that without a motion?
Well, Chair, question.
Yes.
Because people are sitting here waiting to hear the start of it.
It means they'll have to come back at 1 o'clock.
We will hear repetition of the questions. Every question is important, but are we going to break for lunch at noon?
Yes.
Or are we going to postpone lunch so people can hear the start of the discussion?
It means we're breaking at lunch and coming back at 1 o'clock as per our schedule.
So I'd rather people hear us talk now about what we were going to do rather than extend these questions.
Honestly, we're not going to get it done in the 25 minutes we have plus the speakers we still have. So I think regardless, we're gonna have to come back after lunch to debate the item.
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to make the motion, please, to extend public.
We don't need a
comment to noon.
motion, Director Davidoff. We're good, we'll
Okay,
extend it
but
to
I
noon.
hear opposition, though.
It's about the timing, and either way, we're gonna have to come back and do
Okay.
it, so.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for
Madeline
that.
online, and we have you noted, we'll finish online, and we'll come back to you. So Madeline online, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I live in Nelson, right in the new Nelson Cares apartment building at the Orange Bridge, and there are constant logging trucks coming by. And I know the projections with the drought and heat increasing, that any of the forests that are replanted are going to have some difficulty. And that certainly affects our water and our risks with floods and landslides and all kinds of things, of course, air and so forth. And so that's one area I would love to have us add and think about. I know it's more in provincial jurisdiction, but how we can really ensure that what's being replanted is being replanted in ways that it can survive, and that we then have that protection of more trees or more crops that can live with those conditions. And the other question I have is about public transit, and I've been car-free for 11 years, and so relying mostly on walking and the buses, a little bit on biking, but I'm getting a bit too old for that. And I just hope we can also consider more and more plans for vehicle sharing. It's interesting to consider places for instance, in Cuba, where if a car goes by that has empty seats available, they're required to stop and pick up people who need rides. And there could be ways we could consolidate things a lot more, so we don't have as many vehicles on the road. And again, I also belong to a car share co-op, and I'm glad they're looking at the air car share idea. And again, it would be great if RDCK could promote that more. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Tom or Paris want to speak to the transportation active transit component? There's some already in the work plan, and then the proposed new ideas possible.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi, Madeline. We 2 years ago, the committee. Oh, and Thomas here as well. Do you want to speak? I'll give you the broader movement, and then. So the Community for Sustainable Living Advisory Committee gave us a staff direction to prepare a project plan on creating a regional active transportation strategy. And with the work dedicated to the climate action plan last year, it stalled a bit, but it's resurfacing, and we plan to bring a report forward in June to that committee. So we hope to have a bit more information and a few more ideas for the committee to consider in terms of next steps. And that will consider not only transit, but also active transportation, car sharing, and really focusing on community-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, hi, Madeline. My name is Tom Dool. I'm a research analyst for the Regional District of Central Kootenay. I also steward a couple public transportation programs. West Kootenay Transit in particular provides close to 1 million rides a year to residents of the RDCK, RDCK, but 13 different municipalities, I think 12 different rural electoral areas. So it's actually very unique in the province. The board has signaled looking forward to considerable expansion of transit services in the future. It also has signaled that it really respects the needs of seniors in regards to this. We understand what's happening in the rural areas. We also understand the needs of students, people trying to get to employment. It's a multifaceted population, but I just want to let you know that your voice is being heard. And if you do have concerns, the place to bring those concerns is to the West Kootenay Transit Committee.
Thank you. So we're going to keep going. Does that work for you, Madeline?
Yes, I'm part of that group. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Tamara, Marianne, Tia, and Andy online, and then we've got a gentleman in the room we're going to come back to. So I'll be flipping back and forth after I go through the rest of those online. Tamara online, go ahead. If you're speaking, you're muted, Tamara. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Is that better? Yeah, that helps. I'll be as quick as I can. I wanted to say first, thank you to the RDCK and all the people who've been working on this. I am very personally concerned about climate change globally and in terms of the future of my 2 kids. And I don't think any place is immune. And so I'm glad we're looking at both mitigation and adaptation. And I was wondering specifically, well, I'm wondering all sorts of things, but I'm wondering specifically whether the regional district, and I apologize because I missed the beginning if this has already been addressed, is that whether there's any consideration of actually signing on, as some municipalities are, to the Sue Big Oil campaign to see if we can make polluters pay for some of the adaptation measures that are going to be needed.
We don't currently have that anywhere. I feel there was a motion debated. Was that at UBCM or here?
And somebody can.
Up here, please. Sorry.
Hi, thank you, through the chair. No, currently we're not, this hasn't been brought to staff in any way. I understand that one of the small municipalities has just passed a motion. I think it was the Slocan. And so I'm actually not that familiar with it beyond what I've seen in the media.
Thank you. And so Tamara, we do have it at UBCM as well. That's where I've seen it, which is all municipalities across the province. And I believe it went through there, or it will be debated. So not at this table, but at another table, at a larger one.
Okay, because I think that having individual municipalities signing on really strengthens the campaign. And if that's something that where would I go to put that forward as an idea that could be considered? Because I think one of the concerns that some of the people who are worried about this plan have is that they think it will cost them money, even if that's not accurate. And so recovering some of those funds may also do something, as part of a campaign to make the polluters pay, may do something to alleviate those fears as well as making the polluters pay.
Thank you. I believe you're in the Village of Castle, so you could reach out to your director, which is Director Hewitt. And you can maybe see if she would like to bring something forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tamara.
Thanks for your work.
Somebody Casper, I think I answered your question. I did not the third option. Mary Ann Hobden. Mary Ann, are you there? If you're speaking, you're muted.
We have two people here.
Yeah, while you're waiting for Mary Ann, well, I have a list I'm sticking to, and then I'm coming back to the room. Mary Ann, I'm sorry, we don't hear you. Oh, you're muted. I see you now. You're still muted, Mary Ann. We'll come back to you. Thank you, you guys. We've got like a lot of people here I'm trying to manage, so I'm doing my best. Mary Ann, we'll come back to you. Tia.
Hi. I used to happily look forward to summer. Now I look forward to it with dread. Knowing I'll be checking the BC wildfire map every day to see if there's a new fire near me. Wondering whether the smoke will keep me from working in my garden. I worry about whether the drought will cause our creek to run dry. I worry about how climate change is affecting the rest of the world. I worry about the world my grandchildren will inherit. I support the RDCK action plan. Will the RDCK do everything it can to protect us from the effects of climate change? That would include measures to slow down and or stop climate change, as well as mitigation of the effects. Furthermore, will the RDCK, and this has been asked, join the Sue Big Oil class action suit so our tax dollars don't have to pay for the damage that the fossil fuel companies are causing? And that's already been covered. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tia. So part of the problem with the sound and unmuting is there's so many people and a bunch are not muted. So please do mute Lorraine, David Stevenson, if you can please mute. And Mary Ann, I see your question in the chat because you could not unmute. And we will be communicating out the outcome of the discussion today for sure. And so Andy Shadrack's the last one online. We'll go back to in the room. Andy, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Some of you know I was the director for Area D from 2005 to 2014 and had to deal in the last 2 years of my term with the landslide in Johnson's Landing, and in 2013, creeks blowing out in Fletcher, Campbell, and Schroeder. I'm very much aware of the amount of money that was spent while I was a director on climate issues. And I'm wondering whether staff can tell me whether they have provided the level of the amount of money that's been spent dealing with climate issues, landslides, floods, etc., etc. Because I think it's a huge amount of money you've been spending. And it tells me, and the big fear I had when I was leaving as director, was that we didn't have enough money to deal with climate change issues if we didn't start to lower emissions. Because we're going to run out of money trying to fix things all the time. I know what the cost of fixing Johnson's Landing was. What was the final bill in Johnson's Landing for fixing a water system? 400,000? That's just one water system. And I would like to see the new directors on the board, since I left, be given those figures by the staff so they get the full understanding of the extent of what climate change means. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a question submitted. I think it was submitted to Yeb originally, but do you guys have any response to that?
You know, through the chair, that would take a bit to compile, because not only out-of-pocket costs that would be covered by the province, but then you've got all the staff time that would have gone into supporting that, the EOC time, so staff being pulled from their day jobs to be in the EOC during that. So it would take a bit to compile. If we could. So that's something we've got offhand.
Thank you. There's a lot of external impacts in terms of costs, so it's difficult to calculate. So whoever's unmuted, please mute. We're going to go back to those in the room. And it really messes up the sound for those online. Please remain muted. And Christine, anyone you see unmuted, if you can mute them, please. So gentlemen in the green sweater, we didn't get your name. I'm sorry, we just had you.
The meeting's still on. I just have it here.
It's on the screen. Gord, can you please mute your computer? Sorry. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Claude Forrest. I'm from the Tagging Spruill Creek area F. Greetings to the chair, and thanks to Tom and all of the directors for giving us extra time. I'm 70 years old. I have 7 children and 6 grands. I've spent over 25 years in the executive of non-for-profit boards. I understand the importance of the work that staff do, and unfortunately how dependent directors can become. In my opinion, the memo you received is a bad memo. The language is loaded and the pros and cons show bias and not useful to directors. I've also never seen endorsement of ideas. I see them received as information, as being the norm. There's a risk. And a year ago, I spoke here stating that, in my opinion, elements of the climate action plan as it was then known might be outside of this council's legal purview. I recommended that to the board, legal counsel be sought out. Now, you're all looking at an unusual motion to endorse a climate action proposal. My question is, has legal advice been sought? If not, why not? If so, and in the spirit of transparency, what is the advice? Firstly, we must acknowledge that as we sit here breathing, we are exhaling CO2. The same with the fauna that live with us and roam around us. And as we plant our gardens and witness the budding of spring in all its shades, the trees and all the flora are consuming CO2. And the more the better. Let us stop for a moment and admit that CO2 as such is not a pollutant, and that attempts to control CO2 are ultimately based on control of the population and our environment. Any climate action must acknowledge and factor in that geoengineering has been going on and is going on. There are 5 US states that have banned the use of geoengineering in sprays. Perhaps we should be next. We all know that misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation are not new, and yet are now rampant due to social media and other communications. But by following the money, it can offer an insight into the motivation and benefit of the information that it spawns. We know that money is a powerful lubricant, and each and every one of us looks for ways and means of acquiring it. However, we need to be wary and remain vigilant that we are not being played by unelected and powerful forces
and what designs they have on this world, most of which are openly declared, but barely reported. Voting no does not prevent you from going forward with any of the actions or ideas in options 1 and 2, as was stated on February 15th by Mayor Maria McFadden of Castlegar. So on behalf of the RDCK constituents in opposition, I implore you all to vote no to the endorsement of the climate action proposal and focus on developing policy to help your constituents adapt to climate as it continues to evolve.
We're running out of time. We got someone in a purple sweater. Sorry, when we don't know your names. Me? Oh, it's blue. Oh, hi, my name is Shirley Gertay, and I live in Area I. And lots to talk about, but I'm just going to focus on finances because the finances of this climate action plan worry me a little bit. First of all, it's scattered everywhere in the budget, so it's really hard to know exactly what is being spent on it. But if you start looking at the document in the agenda, the language is so vague, and it's full of words like may, anticipate, could, should. For example, page 346, I quote, staff anticipate many of the costs would be covered through grants. So the definition of anticipate is to regard as probable, as likely to be the case. So what happens if the staff anticipated incorrectly? Who pays? And then on page 348 of the agenda, I quote again, staff anticipate that many of the costs can be funded through LGCAP, with the remainder being covered primarily through grants. So while this sentence suggests that there's a possibility or a potential for the cost to be funded, it implies that the staff foresee the potential for funding, but it's not a guarantee. So not only does anyone know if and when the money will be there, but this is for option 2 and 1, which are for ideas. So we have unknown funding for ideas, and those are the choices that you're given on. Vote option 1, which is ideas, vote option 2, which is only ideas, and vote option 3, which is no. So I thought the whole document was going to be vague language until I got to cons under option 3, which emphatically state, I quote, loss of grants and funding opportunities. No ambiguity, big, my French is coming out. Thank you. But this is not what Gab found out earlier today and what was sent to Director Popoff when he asked that question directly, whether funding was tied to CAP, and it's not. So I think it's really hard for anybody to make a really sound decision from this document because you're being asked to sign on without knowing what the costs out are or where the money's going to be coming from. My question was going to be, how confident are you that funding will come through for these ideas and that RDCK residents won't have to dig into their pockets again for more taxes? But I decided my question is going to be instead, do any of the directors know since 1875, which was the coldest period since 10,000 years, how much the temperature has risen since then up to today? Does anybody know that answer? How much the temperature has risen in 150 years, starting at the coldest time in 1875. Anybody know the answer? So generally it's just through the chair and to staff. It's not
The chair and staff. You guys know the answer?
No.
Want to take a guess?
Just let us know. We're running out of time.
1.1 centigrade Celsius. In 150 years, that's how much the temperature has risen.
Thank you. Thank you. So we only have 5 minutes left, and I'm going to go, we did another 7 minutes in the room. We're going to do the last 5 minutes online. So I have Sean Ryan online, and then Lorraine, and then Greg, if you can get them all in 5 minutes. Sean Ryan, go ahead.
So this is a meeting for the RDCK where the council of the RDCK, the board, is
Sorry, you're not
supposed to
Sean
vote
Ryan.
on
Sorry, I don't know
this
who that is,
climate
but we were calling on Sean Ryan, who's been on the list
plan,
for
and
some
they made
time.
the climate plan over a year ago. Very banal,
Can you
really
mute
gentle.
that for
And a
speaking?
group
Sorry, Sean.
of anti-vaxxers, anti-government. They're
I'm ready to speak when I can.
Okay, Sean, you're up. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Someone was unmuted. Sorry, folks in the room, please. Sean,
My name's Sean
thank
Ryan.
you for your patience.
Yeah, no worries. My name's Sean Ryan. I live in Nelson. My question to the RDCK board is, are you fact-checking submissions by the presenter this morning, as their presentation was full of, if I'm being kind, misinformation? While watching the presentation, I was able to verify a number of cases of misrepresentation, inaccuracies, and honestly, outright falsehoods. I think we're all okay with good faith arguments as to the potential impacts of various efforts towards mitigating climate change and adapting to the efforts of climate change. But conspiracy theories and disinformation undermine any of those arguments. So that's my first question. Secondly, leaving aside our local contribution and our fair share of global efforts towards against climate change, and the RDCK summarize the local and indirect benefits, direct and indirect benefits of the climate change action plan. And I reiterate action plan to health, well-being, and economic sustainability in the region. And in particular, the difference in cost between reactive and proactive action. So far we've done very little in proactive action, especially in the area of adaptation. Compare that with proactive action in the long term. Thank you.
So your first question, do we fact check? No, we do not have the space or capacity to fact check. We receive information and we'll take it away on our own volition to look at it as directors. In terms of your second question, it was actually kind of hard to hear. I believe you're asking how much we put into prevention and mitigation. And again, all of the climate actions that are in queue are across our services. So in water, in wildfire mitigation, across several different departments, you have up to, well, with wildfire mitigation, it's been 20 years we've been doing that. So again, it would be similar to Andy's question around how much does it cost us to deal with emergencies. It would take some time to put all that money, all that information together in one answer. And we've got 2 more people in 2 minutes. Lorraine online.
Yes, this is Lorraine Sims, and I'm from Caslow. I just wanted to, first of all, say a big thank you to the RDCK and all they've been putting into this, because this is a climate emergency that we really need to move on. Personally, wanted to know, how it affects me. Well, it affects me every day. I go out in the nature and reflecting on our landscape, on the burning landscape, on the impact on our food production. I mean, the list goes on. It's impacting.
I know, I'm not sure
everything.
it's worth. I'm gonna.
And so, excuse me.
Sorry, someone's unmuted. I'm sorry, Lorraine.
Okay. So just to say, we really need this planning to meet our targets, and we need to mobilize on all fronts. I feel like it's fiddling on while Rome burns. We talk, but we need to mobilize at the RDCK level, at the provincial level, at the federal level, all of them, and all hands deck, because we really have to survive and adapt to this whole situation. And for all the young people coming along, it's everybody. We all have to do our part. Thank you very much, and please vote yes to accepting your climate change plan.
Thanks, Lorraine. Greg online, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. In the interest of time, I'll make this very quick. I'm Greg Amos. I'm from Nelson. Quick preamble, 2 paragraphs in the question. Climate crisis is going to make everything worse. We can't control the past or take back all of our historic carbon emissions that are heating the planet today, but we can control the future, starting with passing an effective regional climate plan. Give our children a fighting chance to limit the effects of global climate change. It's a moral obligation to do so. As a member of the West Kootenay Climate Hub, I'm asking the RDCK board today to embrace their role in the transition to a decarbonized world. Question: is the RDCK board prepared to pass and adopt its draft climate plan and help our region make meaningful progress on climate mitigation? Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. I can't answer that question until after the debate, so stay tuned. So that is it for public time. We're at noon. We will break for lunch, and then when we come back, we're into the business of the plan, of the actions.
I invite everybody to lunch, free lunch, or not an angry mob, or police, or for everyone, free lunch.
No. And sorry, Christine, were you able to do a visual roll call? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to check in here to the folks online. I see a lot of comments and we appreciate seeing them all, but now that we are reconvening and going into the business part, our chat is actually akin to you being in our board meeting and speaking. So I'm going to ask you at this point to please cease any of the comments and discussion and chat. It will be reserved only for directors and staff, and if they need to be on the speakers list. Director David, if you can just mute for now, and if you need to speak, just put yourself on the speakers list, please. Good. Amy, if you could mute. David, if you could mute. Thank you, Amy. David, if you could please mute. And I'm so sorry to be always on people about muting, but it really affects those online being able to hear. Okay. SJ, if you could mute.
Am I on? Anybody?
Director Peterson, we hear you, yes.
Hello?
Director Peterson, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Director Peterson? Checking again, Director Peterson, can you hear us?
Okay.
Sorry, folks, I just need to make sure we've got one of our directors here. Director Peterson, are you there?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, great, we can hear you.
Okay.
If all cell phones can be turned off in the boardroom, please. Okay, do you need to do the reporting thing again? Yeah, I can start. Okay, but do you need to put the sign up or you just do it at the beginning? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back to the business part of the meeting and we are on item 9.1.3. And I did have Director Popoff on the speakers list before we went to public time. So we will start there. Director Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff and their efforts through the public input meetings that we had throughout the whole region.
Sorry, Director Pop, we're as loud as we can get. It's online that they have to turn up. So Director Popoff, is there any way you can turn up your volume?
I've got it cranked up all the way. Maybe if I shut my video off, it'll be better.
You could try it.
Okay, can you hear me any better now?
No, it's the same.
Okay, let me just check here if I.
Director Popoff is coming through to me really loud and clear. Maybe the problem is at the board office.
No, each computer is different. We're at our max level without canceling each other out. So just go
Okay.
ahead, Director Popoff.
I've cranked it up as high as I can go.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I lost my track of thought here, but
Sorry.
anyways. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for all the work they've done on this. You know, so many public input meetings, and we had 4 in Area H, in the northern portion 2 and the southern portion 2. The 2 in the northern portion were not well attended, and not too many comments were provided. But in the southern portion, there's very good attendance in Slocan Park and the one in Appledale. Unfortunately, I could not say that they were all Area H residents. There were residents from all areas at that meeting, and they were, I would assume, providing their comments also. So from my point of view, when I take a look at Area H, there are 358 comments in Area H. That's roughly about 8% of the population of Area H, which is slightly below 5,000. So as a director, I don't have a good indication from my residents how they want me to represent them. I've received emails, pro and con. I've listened to the presentations, pro and con. But I have not had a good sampling of my residents to see how they would like me to vote on this issue. And I got elected to represent my residents. And I generally have been doing a fairly good job in the last 15 years. And, you know, I am hesitant to make a decision or endorse this plan without further sampling of what my residents would like. And I did suggest that at our board survey that a mail out be sent out with a condensed version, 4 pages or less, of the revised climate action plan and ask whether the residents support it or not. And that would satisfy my requirement, and that would give me a direction on how I should vote on this climate action plan. So currently, I'm not prepared to endorse it. Thank you.
I can't hear the boardroom.
Through the chair, we can't, online cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I muted so we could hear Director Popoff better. Diana, anyone else online that is the public, please do not use chat to discuss things. We are now in our board meeting, so if you do that, you're actually speaking in our board meeting. So please, it's only for directors and staff at this time. So our speakers list so far, Jackman, Newell, and Maine. Jackman, go ahead. Point of process.
And this is, I'm a new director, so I'm just asking a point of process here because we had a delegation here today and now we are discussing the same day.
It's not their item.
It's not their item.
No, okay. Thank you. Jackman.
Sure, thank you. All of us put a lot of thought into this, and it's going to take 2 minutes, but I'm leaning towards option 2. We already have a lot of work underway. Option 2 being that we get a list of new items to be maybe filtered more closely. We have a lot of work underway. And I don't think we need to restate that work and then blend it or mix it with a list of new or possible items. I prefer just to isolate the new and possible items from future discussion. I have a concern with option 1 around the strength of the board and public commitment to some of the actions. I'm going to ask you to bear with a bit of an example. Page 38 of 84, if anybody has that. There's an item that has 17, number 17 for yes, 17 for reword equals 34, versus 33 no, and 8 who are unsure. To me, that is not a strong commitment to an item. The particular item is one that's indicated in our previous work plan as on hold because the work item is re-establish regional surface and groundwater monitoring. So if we go option 1, it becomes a firm, let's do that. And it's under the list of ongoing. And it's not, it's on hold. It's also provincial work. It's federal work. And the strength of moving it to the yes, go ahead and do that isn't there in my mind. But if you go option 2, it's still there. It's under the, let's think about this a little further. Maybe we would partner, coerce the feds to give Living Lakes more money, or we would coerce the province to do a little more. So in my mind, it belongs in a conversation so that we can more fully firm up our position. I don't have the confidence that if it goes in a plan as part of the ongoing, now new and ongoing, that as a board, we'll be able to sift out how much of our money we're spending on what we already committed to get it done versus how much of our internal resources will start to bleed into these new items. And that worries me because I continually hear, we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough time, we don't have enough money. So I'm reluctant, that's one example of many. And if you look at the level of support, the net level of support, I feel it's marginal. And that's why I want the future new items report separate, and we'll work through those. Stuff we're already doing, guess what? We're already doing it. I'm leaning to option 2.
Thank you. Newell.
Thank you. First, I'd like to make a motion procedure to extend the time directors are allowed to speak on this issue to 3 minutes.
I'm not currently tracking, but go ahead. Yeah.
Is the recording going?
Yes, we are recording.
Thank you. So I'm in support of option 1. That was probably reinforced yesterday when Divide flooded. By in the desert. So the reason I want this reported is that people have asked what do the directors think? And I thought I'd honor those people by saying this is what I think. So there's little scientific question, proportionality, if you will, that the levels of CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide are the highest in the atmosphere over the previous 800,000 years. And it is fact that the increases have been escalating in the previous 400 years. And as earlier today it was said, actually over the last 150, 170 years, and looking at the graph that was referenced, actually it starts to go at about 1910. So let's say the last 100 years, 101.5 degrees centigrade or 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit, with the increase actually moving rapidly over the last 10 years. So even that is an exact number when you look at it, because it does tend to have an escalating. I'd like to just make a statement. There's been a statement that the scientists that are opposed have been stifled. And I think it's worth noting that on the other side, there's been strong evidence, if you will, that the carbon producers have been severely strong advocates and have created many, I'm not for or against oil companies or coal companies, but they have dramatically funded anti-climate change, global warming, whichever term you want to use over the last 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, actually. So I'm not sure you can say scientists are being stifled when there's massive money from the carbon industry supporting. I'd like to make a comment on the 1970 Ice Age thing. Now, I have to admit, 1970, I did read a Playboy magazine only once, and in that article was amazing. It was Paul Ehrlich, famous in 1970. He's talking about global warming, climate impacts, and of course, population explosion, which was his main focus. And everything he said in that 1970 article is actually coming to fruition. And I'd like to also comment that not being able to predict the weather, you are correct. Our golf games have been messed up the last 2 weeks dramatically. Well, it's going to rain, it's not. but there's no question that climate predictions have been dead on. So
Please, no comments from the rest. It is
so
not your turn.
in semi-closing, and this is why I just asked for a little more time if I could. I think what we found ourselves in was best described by Ronald Wright in his 2004 Massey lectures. And if you haven't heard those 5 hours, find them. They're an amazing, interesting, historic thing. But and at this point, he talks about 5 civilizations over history of civilization, last 7,000 years that have declined. Sumer, the Easter Islands, da da da. Very, very just like factual. And in that lecture, he coined the phrase runaway train or a progress trap. So in Sumer, they got irrigation, but then things started to saltify. They had to change their crops, and eventually Sumer collapsed and became a desert. So we are definitely in a progress trap, and that progress is carbon. And it was just the most amazing product for eating and doing stuff. It was so energy dense. And we're in that trap right now, and we're trying to find our way out of it. So in closing, I want to say that I think we as directors have to be very cautious of using the word what our residents want. Because today, we just saw what our residents want. They want us to do a climate action plan, and they want us not to do a climate action plan. So this is where, in my opinion, I don't mean it disrespectfully, but where leadership has to take forward, and leadership is, hey, I have to make a decision, and then it's going to be tricky because some are for it and some are against it, and I have to make the decision because I have been elected to actually do that. So I do not use the comment, what do my residents want, because they are in different places and different positions. So now it's what do I do with all of the information that I have garnered and studied and looked at and researched and made my decision based on. So thanks for the extension.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to the folks in the gallery, but when you're speaking or making extra comments, it means no one online can hear what's being heard because it cancels out the conversation. So please, if you can refrain from comments inside conversations, thank you. Director Main is next.
Thank you, through the chair. This is, in some senses, it's a difficult decision to have to make, and in other senses, it's not difficult at all. I'm not going to add to the science lessons that we have had recently and today. I will say that over the course of the last number of months, the communications I'm getting from residents, and I'm speaking of residents of Area H, not just of residents of Silverton, because I'm the face that they see, so they talk to me. No disrespect to Director Popoff, but I get stopped in the grocery store a lot by residents of the rural areas. At first, there was a whole lot of resistance to the climate action work that we were doing, and a whole bunch of people got really vocal and really, sort of aggressive about it. We don't want you to do anything that restricts our freedom kind of presentations. Recently, I'm hearing from more and more people who are who want us to be doing more climate action work. I think that our focus has been really narrowed to climate action work, and we tend to sort of lose sight of the fact that we are charged with protecting and nurturing the well-being of our residents in many, many ways. And that includes our non-human residents as well as our human residents. We have environmental issues, species that are becoming extinct in our lifetime. The number of birds that we see are falling radically. There's a lot of things that go into it. So I've been listening to people, And I'm hearing a growing groundswell of people who are willing to step forward and say, I am in favor of you guys doing this. I support this. You have our best interests at heart. So listening to, sort of both sides of the resident input and then going, okay, I'm listening. I've heard it. I've done, I've done the educational pieces that I have needed to do. And I'm in a position, we're all in a position of balancing, representing the wishes of our constituents and leading our constituents toward a better life in the many ways that we get to do it, by resource recovery, by recreation, all of the things that we do. So it's not just, I want to know what my residents want me to do about this. It's what do I want to lead them to? What kind of life do I want to lead my part of the world to? So it's a political decision. It's a political question. It's a political context. And I'm willing to step forward in my political realm and say, I support option one. And I absolutely support us continuing to do the work and expanding the work that we do, not necessarily through staff or at the table, but in our lives as well. That's the only way I can look at it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Is the board muted?
I'm so sorry. Sorry, start again, Nick. Sorry, thanks, Paige. You broke my train of thought again. No, it's okay. I would just say I'll start with my own thoughts on science and where this lands in this conversation. I am deeply bothered and saddened by the state of what we call science and what science has become in our culture. Science, by definition, to me, is the ability to take data and go in with an open mind of exploration. And I don't think that's what it's become. There's very little in science, when you study science, that actually falls into the category of laws, scientific laws, like the law of gravity or the law of fill in the blank. And the reason why they fall into laws is because they're not disputed. There's nothing that would add, there's no other possibility for that to be accurate, and they are examined over a massive period of time. Science has not become that. Science has now become something that we are looking to prove our own thoughts and our own ideas, and that goes for both sides. And that actually saddens me, because I think it limits us as a population to really get to real answers. Everything else is theories. And theories mean that, by definition, that there are multiple ways to get to the same conclusion. And I see that right across the board in this conversation. We are so emotionally charged by it, and we've lost the heart of science, which is to come at things with a sense of humility and lack of emotion, and really the ability to say, I don't know where this is going, but we're going to try and figure it out. Science looks at causes and effects. And we are looking at effects of certain things, and we have multiple ideas of what the cause might be. All have different degrees of accuracy to what they could be. And something with this big of a topic, and the couple hundred years we've really been examining some of this stuff, there's no way that anyone on either side could actually say, we know exactly that this falls into a law, we know exactly what the cause was, and what the effect is, and what it's going to be in the next 100 years. So we need to take that off the table. I think that it is good as scientists that we explore these things, and that we try and do our best to understand them, but let's stop being so arrogant and actually come with a sense of humility that we don't actually know some of this. We have theories, we have hypotheses, and now we have to try and play that out, and that becomes very challenging in this. When you look at science through history, you've got people who the majority thought one thing, and they ended up being right thousands of years later. You've also got the minority thought something, and they ended up being right thousands of years. So to even put it into the majority think this and the minority think this, so the majority must be right, I think in science doesn't have a place. So that's my thoughts on science. As for this, my decision on this actually has nothing to do with science, and I actually have to do with what I believe our realm as a board is and the spaces that we should be in.
And so I think this plan steps in principle a bit out of that. I think that there are things that are regulated by other levels of government that are mandated for us to do, and we do those things. I think a lot of the rest of it muddies the waters of what is the board's direction to staff and what is staff now running with. And I think that that becomes challenging. I would rather see projects and ideas and thoughts and technologies come to us individually and us weigh those things individually than to put it in a plan. And then we've given staff direction to now explore all of these things. And there's so many things in there that I would disagree with, and some of them I agree with. And so I can't put my support behind a plan that I don't agree with all of it, because now I'm saying, here, as staff, I want you to go and explore all these things. Well, I don't want you to explore all those things. So it puts me in a very challenging position. So I would vote, I do not endorse this, but I do endorse that the same things that I think everyone in this room would agree with. We want to have good water. We want to have good forest. We want to be able to hike and enjoy. We want to be able to breathe. We want to be able to have food that we can have that's close enough to eat it. We want our soils to be good in order to produce that food. And I think so for me as a director, I'll make decisions based on that when they come to me. But in an entirety, I can't make that decision unless I'm evaluating the information on each one of those decisions. So I would hope that this goes into my philosophy of society a bit. I would hope as a society we can get back to, let's figure out what we agree on and maybe grow from there, than spending so much time that we've done, especially over this plan, arguing over things that we disagree on. And and then fundamentally, I think we just wasted too much of all of our time on a plan on a whole bunch of stuff we were going to do anyway, because regulated by other levels of government. So for me, I am voting no based on those reasons. Thanks for my ramble.
Thanks, Director McFadden. So directors, do keep in mind that while I am not monitoring the 2-minute limit, very well said, 5 minutes. Sorry. We will be here until 4:30, not doing any other business at this point. It's a tricky one to keep in balance how much we need to say after 6 years of talking about this. So I'll keep going, but if we can be mindful of the time as a collective. Thank you, Director Graham. You're next.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, I'm going to echo a lot of what Director McFadden just said. And one thing I'm going to say is I'm not a scientist. I'm new to this. I'm a business person. So I tend to look at things from a business perspective. And one thing I can say for sure is I don't like what this has done to our community. I don't like neighbors against neighbors on issues. I wish we didn't have that happen. I will also say, if you've made changes yourself to better the environment and done that, good for you. That's awesome. I did heat pumps last year in my house. I'm really unclear on what we've spent, on this climate plan. I'm really unclear on how many tons of CO we may have saved. I have no information. As a business person, a plan to me comes with an end in mind. You start with the end in mind and work your way backwards. In business, it's easy. We make money or we lose money, and that's our goal. But government, it's a lot different. One thing that I've learned through this process is we already have a climate action plan that was approved by the previous board. That's already in the work plan. And that has been the #1 misrepresentation or miscommunication that I have seen through this. So that's already done. So for us to be asked today on option 1 to approve something that's been reapproved, it doesn't make sense to me. I have a struggle with how this works. And my question is to the CAO. If we voted between 1 and 2 and 3, does this really even change anything on what the staff would even be doing? Could they still be investigating things and still be going forward?
So through the chair, the options 1 and option 2, if either one of those were approved today, that does not give staff any different direction than they're currently working on.
Thank you. As my very limited politician experience here, which is 16 months, so not 16 years, 36 years. As a politician, I would like to find a middle ground if it's possible, so that we could thread the needle here. Along with what Director McFadden was saying, I don't have a big objection to #2. It seems like all we're going to do is look at potential things one at a time, and they come up, and if they were presented along with a business case, I need to see how much will it cost? What will it save? Like, what are we trying to achieve? One thing I will also say is that people are leaving this area for fear of smoke and fires. And for me and residents of Area E that I heard from at the climate action workshops is we would like to see sprinklers, hoses, air filters. We would like to see like action now to help us with what we are dealing with. So that's where I stand on it. I could go with option 2 if it was presented with a business case. Otherwise, I would be with option 3.
Thank you. Director Graham, I just want to note, we do not currently have a climate action plan that has been approved. Just to be clear about that, we have never approved a climate action plan. We have a reporting document that captures documenting, but that is not a plan. So just to clarify that. And the sprinklers and the different assets that communities can acquire are actually being funded at a mix between CBT and RDCK, and they're led by community recognition groups. So that is occurring. So just to clarify those 2 points. Who is next on the list? Vandenberg.
Great, thank you, and through the chair. Thanks everybody for being here today. This topic is highly divisive. This is the first time as a new director I am actually able to speak openly about this at the table, believe it or not. And I may wish to propose a 4th option or amendment to the 3rd no-go option. I can't support the plan as a whole as it is. We can expect to disagree on around GHGs and the CO2 narrative and the state of the planet relative today and over the previous millions of years. We're not going to agree. We could agree on promoting and sustaining good practices in environmental stewardship as our future is important to our children. That we can agree. There are many lectures available on many sides of this issue. I know because I've tried to listen to many points of view. I spent a lot of time researching the subject to understand where RDCK's role ought to be. My personal priority is around water resource sustainability and continued wildfire mitigation. I feel we need to couple renewable energy to include technology and innovative solutions from the energy sector in a common sense transition that's led by consumer demand. Federal and provincial policies are under tremendous pressure from taxpayers. I will point out the consulting firm currently being referenced in the report, Community Energy Association, has a particular bias I'm not comfortable with. They were formed back in 1993 under a number of BC ministries and the UBCM. So I'm kind of leery about that. We have 4 people on our staff right now: climate action assistant, community sustainability manager, senior energy specialist, and a community resilience coordinator. I have to say staff is probably motivated differently than I am as a director. I believe all climate and environmental stewardship initiatives going forward need to be pre-approved by the board with a proper business case that defines outcomes defined in measurables. So I will just say again that I am leaning towards supporting option 3 no-go, but I think that there's still some work that needs to be done, and perhaps I would put forward an amendment to achieve that. But at this point in time, that's where I stand.
Thank you. And another just clarification on what is if we went with option 1 or 2 or 3, basic process is anything that would come back to us as an action requires some assessment. In either 1 or 2, that requires a feasibility assessment. So that is a part of this proposal. And even without it, anything that comes before us comes with that process behind it about why, what does it look like? And if we want more details, we can always direct that. So that is a part of what would be, regardless of which direction we go, that process is inherent in the way we operate. Supplemental, go ahead.
Based on what you just said, I agree. Feasibility is one form of looking into a project. Business case is a more rounded form. It has costs associated with it, outcomes associated, measurables associated. I'm not seeing a lot of business case type stuff coming for me. And so that's the distinction that I want to make sure whatever we do going forward, we must have a business case.
Thank you. David, I'll put you on the list. Again, please Do not put details on chat. It's just very difficult to keep track of everybody. Paige, you're next. Go. And sorry, staff, please let me know if you want to comment at any point. I'm just letting it roll. So do this if there's something you need to add in. Paige, go ahead.
Thank you. I think one of the analogies that makes the most sense for me is the emissions that we're putting out there in the world right now are a kind of debt. It's a multi-generational debt. It's a debt that will be paid off by everyone that comes after us, and it has real impacts. Real interest is now coming due. We're seeing that in how we're reacting to everything from atmospheric rivers to wildfire to drought, and to the shifts in our biodiversity that are happening as a consequence. In a truly, as a small business person, as a highly technical person who does a lot of repair and does a lot of problem solving, the debate around is it or isn't it happening, and whether the theory is that we can just continue to go on as business as usual, really lends more to the side that we need to be cautious on what the impact of more emissions actually looks like. We know we can't just pull it out of the atmosphere. We know it's increasing, and we know the consensus across the field of people and experts in this field tell us predominantly that it's a problem and that we need to avert the trigger effects that are already happening as we release, as areas of the world like the Arctic warm and start releasing additional greenhouse gases. So if there's any theory that we need to test, it's the theory that we can just keep putting these kinds of emissions into the atmosphere, like we used to put the aerosols in the atmosphere in the first part of the last century. And everything that came out of the Montreal Protocol in terms of how it was causing damage to us, how it was causing ozone depletion, how it was exposing us to additional solar radiation. We followed the science and the expertise. We pulled back our commercial endeavors. We associated a cost when we're talking about business plans in the current narrow spectrum of how humans spend money in the existing financial system that we currently live in, but has not always been the same system. We do not capture the costs. We don't capture them for ourselves or for the future of what just dumping these emissions into the atmosphere, into the water actually does, and what it will do for the long-term viability and success of our future generations. So for me, it's about being conservative with the kind of debt we're incurring that is non-financial, but it's a debt in and of itself. And so I support, and I'm sure none of you are surprised, but I've listened to all of the debate. I think the things we need to walk away from this plan is clarity for staff to continue on. And we need to start weaving in the impacts that this is having on affordability and on the emotional resilience and social resilience of our community. The division is certainly not helpful by any stretch of the imagination, but there are real pain points that people in our community are experiencing. And items like this become places that people feel they can alleviate those. And we need to be really cognizant of that and how we're structuring these actions so that it's improving people's lives and improving our long-term sustainability for the lives of those that are coming after us. So I support this. I want us to figure out how we can support the communities in our area and ensure that these are win-wins as we go forward. And I want to give staff the clarity to continue to move on with costing these out, evaluating their impact on emissions, and executing and completing so that we're not constantly in this dithering component of discussion that doesn't let staff get on with the getting on of it. That's how we really keep taxes low and deliver value for our dollars, is by letting staff have the clarity to complete projects and deliver results and cost those business cases for us. So thank you.
Director DeBoon.
Thank you. There's a fact on all of us here that we don't talk about very much. Most of us, when we ran for election, one of the reasons we did that, because we know a lot of people, and a lot of people like us. They wouldn't vote for us if they didn't like us. I consider myself a friend to my community. I got a lot of votes because of that. We have a municipal plan as well as a regional district plan I'm working on. I have found that since we've started down this road of climate action, people that I've known for a long time and consider friends shun me. They don't like the idea that he's a politician. He's obviously doing something I don't like. And climate action is a huge example of that. I want to be able to talk to these people and tell them, this is not what climate action is. Climate action is not forcing you to buy electric vehicles. It's not forcing you to insulate your home or we'll take it away. It's not forcing you to increase the grid all over the place within a year or two to get to where we're going. It's none of those things. We're not forcing you to plant a big garden or a small garden or what's in there. We're not telling you how many chickens you can have in your yard. We're not telling you any of that. But yet the information that's out there in social media says that. It says that as politicians, we're doing all these things and we're taking away your freedom. That's not fair to us because it's not true. And I can tell you, there's nothing in this plan that is punitive. That's my first point. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. If you don't want to do any of this stuff, you don't have to. And that we don't have a down the road look at, well, okay, that's what we say now, but you know, in 2 years, we're going to make you do that. You'll pay for not doing it before. That's not true. That's not the way we work as a group here. That's not the way a municipal or regional district works. We don't do that. So I want to get that off the table. We're not forcing you to do anything. That's my first point. My second point is there are climate action things that do make sense. But let's face it, simple fact is if we could just simply put out forest fires with all of our resources, you know how much carbon we'd save being emitted into the atmosphere? A lot, a hell of a lot. We can't do that. So we have to do other things to find ways to reduce carbon while we're addressing these things. We all know that you don't sit in your garage with your car idling because you'll die. There are other things that are being emitted besides carbon monoxide. Forest fire smoke has got all kinds of toxic chemicals. When we have an atmospheric river and it floods, it's not just water. We're flooding contaminated areas. We're washing through areas. We're putting stuff in the water that we would never want in the water. We have to deal with climate extremes. We know we have climate extremes. The simple thing I learned at our webinar on Friday was we have to plan our infrastructure with climate extremes in mind, whether you like it or not. You look at a railroad track work because the temperature went to 46 degrees Celsius. We never had that before. No one ever planned for a railway track to do that. You look at your simple thing like culverts. When you have an atmospheric river, that's probably a 1 in 200 year flood. We never used to plan for those. We should be planning for 1 in 500 year floods. There are so many different things that we have to put through our climate lens as we go on because we do have extremes and we have to recognize that we have extremes. When we had the heat dome, none of us had lived through a temperature like that before. And is it climate change? Is it not? Well, it's something that is happening and we have to plan for those things. We have to consider those things. So let's keep it a little bit simple. Let's look at our plan. I'm also one that like to compromise. I would say I would go with option 2 because it's not as extreme as option 1. Option 3, which is no kind of climate plan, is also extreme. We have to find a way to compromise, and that's what I ask us to do. And that's what I ask the people that I speak to do, is we all have to compromise. There's room for us to wiggle in this. None of this is cast in stone, and some of it is science I trust, some of it is science I don't know. But if we don't start planning for the future, how to reduce these emissions, no matter what's in them, we will see more extremes. We know the jet stream fluctuates more than it ever did, thanks to what I learned on Friday, which causes the different extremes that we have. We know we're faced with this, and we know we have to deal with it. We know we have to plan for it, and no one's going to jail if they're not obeying what we're saying here today. So my point is, let's consider this, let's compromise, but there is a lot to think about besides the harsh thoughts that we're just a bunch of mean guys that are insensitive to people, because we are not. We have friends, we have neighbors, we got elected because we have friends and neighbors. They trust us, and we ask you to trust us.
Thank you. Director Davidoff. You're muted, Director Davidoff. Director Davidoff, you're muted. Director Davidoff, you're speaking, but we don't hear you.
Yeah, I just
There you go.
unmuted, Chair. I'm sorry. So is there a speaker after me, because I'm sending something out to all the directors, and that supports what I'm going to be saying. Is there a speaker after me, or am I the last speaker?
Well, currently I don't have anyone else on the list. That doesn't mean you're the last speaker, and please don't email stuff. Not all of us can go back and read an email in the middle of a discussion. If you have a motion, you can put it in chat and read it out.
Okay, then I'm going to make some comments, and then I will decide whether to move what I posted in chat. What I've already sent out to board members is a document that I prepared for our climate action meetings that we had at the Brilliant Cultural Center, which was very well attended. And I spent 3 hours doing a town hall format with residents of Area I and other people that came from other areas. We've had excellent feedback in Area I from at least 15 to 20% of constituents. Huge feedback. I have engaged in discussions with every type of people in favor and opposed. I read beautiful submissions from everybody, supporting, and read submissions opposed. I am a science teacher, so I understand a little bit better maybe than some people who aren't involved in this, the science of all this. And I'm going to go back to the SWOT analysis that I did in 2016. And SWOT analysis, for those people that are online that don't know what that is, this is where you identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to your area. So here were the threats to Area I in 2016. Climate change, wildfire. Climate change, drought. Water quality. Interior Health Authority enforcement of drinking water legislation, infrastructure repair and replacement. The fire hall protection status, emergency services capacity to respond to catastrophic events, senior government downloading. That was before all this divisive conversation started. And then the SWOT analysis goes on how to address these. So are we concerned about wildfire? Yeah, that's never stopped. In 1967, 20% of Area I burned in one fire. One fire. We were unbelievably lucky that there was no catastrophic loss, no loss of life, and no catastrophic infrastructure damage. But 20% of Area I burnt in one fire. So I circulated a document, very long, and lessons learned from everything, all the mapping in there with our it's focused on fire. But at the end of the day, my concern is this: we are paralyzing ourselves right now, because what we're doing, everyone's looking. Some people are expressing themselves and their beliefs as politicians and as human beings. Other people are doing something that is politically safe. And the key thing is, at the end of the day, this is not an easy thing. Those of you that know me and my constituents know me well, is that I am a fiscal conservative, and I have presented motions to this board on cutting budgets that weren't even seconded, never mind defeated. So the key thing is that where do we go from here? And the problem is that paralysis is not an option. So I'm just putting something out there, and I put it together after hearing everything and even the debates today. So I'm going to read it because not the people at the meeting can't see this. So this is a potential option 4, that staff be directed to explore new climate action items impacting RDCK residents and make recommendations to the board on those identified as high priorities in our consultation process, and make a business case for proceeding on individual items that are practicable, fiscally feasible, and funded by polluter super funds. And I had the word ideally funded by polluter super funds in there because that's who should be paying for this stuff, not our residents. So the key thing is that I'm throwing this out there as a compromise, because paralysis is not an option and political expediency is not an option. And we are human beings, and basically I am imploring the board members as human beings to say, no. Is this a politically safe thing for me to advocate? Probably not. But at the end of the day, inaction and paralysis is not an option. We need to give staff direction. We're working on the stuff we're working now. They need to explore new things that impact us, and that's what our residents told us in all our consultations. They've identified the high priorities and the low priorities and the medium priorities, and we got rid of 7 priorities already, and that we've identified. And so I don't care if this thing goes down in flames, pun intended, or is not considered or whatever, but I hope this prompts some discussion about a middle ground.
Yeah. Okay,
So
Director
I'm gonna
David, that's past 5 minutes, so I'm just giving you a heads up.
Okay, that's basically all I have to say. And you know me, I speak from the heart, and I'm a technical analytical. So there you go.
Thank you. Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to point out, of course, that what we're looking at is a plan. It's not a fact, it's not a bylaw, it is a plan. And plans are, as I said to myself, I would plan to go to Hawaii next year. But however, if I break a leg or get hit by a bus or the weather's bad, those plans aren't going to come to fruition. Each of the things in this plan will be looked at and passed by the board, I assume, as staff gets it ready for us. It's not going to say, okay, here's just a flop it out like the poker game. And quite frankly, the priorities in my area are number 1, okay, clean water. As you probably know about the logging that was proposed for our watershed, the fact that we don't have sufficient water supply is a majority, is a really important thing for the people where I live. Second thing is adequate housing. Between 15 and 25% of the people in Area G are living in trailers or fifth wheel, some in tents, for heaven's sake. And we have the housing programs to supply housing, but nothing to help them. They can barely make the payments on their property, so they've got a place to live, let alone something to live in. So that's a priority for me. And of course, the big thing here right now is the question of fires. And they say, well, you should be protecting yourself against fires. We've mentioned sprinklers on the roof. Good idea. You should not be talking about clearing away the underbrush around your house, the fire smart stuff. All good, nothing wrong with it. However, we need to go past that. And unfortunately, those things are not in our hands, but it is in the hands of the provincial government because they're the ones in charge of the forests. And very often we say, listen, guys, what can you do for us? And they don't do anything. I mean, I can't tell you how long I've been sitting here watching a fire burn up in a hillside, and they said, well, it's in inaccessible territory. We'll wait until it's in accessible territory. What? And further that in California right now, you know the big fires they had, and what they've done is changed. Okay? When we can't fight fire at night, competition says you can. That's the time when there's no wind. That's the time you can backfire. But what California does is when there's a fire, a lightning strike at 3 in the morning, they GPS it, they have a helicopter on it inside of 10 minutes, they get it followed by a helicopter with water. We're in a helicopter. And they use night vision stuff that's been developed by the armed services to be able to do this. We should be looking, our provincial government should be looking at some of those things. And although it's not in our plan, we should still be advocating for it. And I think that's some of the things we need to think about in the big picture. Because we, as mentioned by previous directors, many of these things are in the purview of the federal government or the provincial government, and we're the lowest, and they use the word level, like we're watering the thing. We are not watering the thing, we are orders of government. We are the first order of government, closest to the people. We're the ones who hear all you and have to make it work a higher up. So there, with that said, I am in favor of anything except doing nothing. Let us get started on this thing and work both politically on the other orders of government and practically on what we can do in our areas to improve the lives of our residents. That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Director Cunningham. So it's been an hour. We have no motion on the floor. I will come back to you, Director Vandenberg. I'm going to speak. I'm going to try not to use 5 minutes. And I'm going to chime myself just to be fair to everybody else. So 2018 was when we started reviewing the Renewable Kootenay Plan. That was before this current board. That was, I won't do the math, sorry, I'm too tired. And at that time, we did not move forward with that plan for 2 reasons that I recall, and they might be my biased reasons because I was not in favor of it. It had to do a lot with what would be applicable in an urban setting, and it lacked any kind of rural context to address the things that we might want to do in a rural area, such as composting within the home opposed to transferring it. So that plan did not go through, but we did start tracking what we were doing in terms of emissions and all the things we could capture metrics around with our energy efficiency plan. So that is the SOCA, the State of Climate Action. It does have all that data being captured, and that is provided on an annual basis. That being said, pandemic hit. And at that time, we had given direction to revamp the Renewable Kootenay Plan, bring it in-house, make it not a part of an external entity, which was being operated by a nonprofit. And we brought it in-house and said, make it more rural. And so there was more consultation done. And I think between the mix of the pandemic and before the pandemic, there was not this kind of interest in what we do at local government. Frankly, nobody cared what we did. I wrote so many reports, and if I heard anyone read them, it was almost like getting a gold star in kindergarten. I was like, somebody read my report, that's amazing. So that is a really positive outcome of all of this, is that engagement is active. And I really want to acknowledge that and appreciate it. So that's good news. However, the other thing the pandemic did is it also highlighted where control is occurring and where there are concerns over the ability to make choices as individuals. And what else would a pandemic do? It would do that. So it's very rational. That being said, staff did go back out and revamped it and now included all these other considerations that were really elicited through the pandemic process to really be aware. And again, that engagement piece and education came in. So I just want to note that staff have been at this for many, many years, and they keep going back to say, what is it you want? How do we do this? Within a very complex regional district, we have 20 jurisdictions where 60% of us live in rural areas with no servicing. So a lot of the stuff that is applicable or that the minister or the province is asking us to do, such as housing and land use, doesn't even apply, because for Area D, I have 1 community out of 24 that has zoning. That's not even heard of in Victoria. They don't know what that means. So we're in a very different element that way. I got to state in my notes. So going back and doing this engagement process, which this past year is the 6th year of talking about this in very different forms and elements. So with that, what I did want to note was, again, those aspects that I heard, and I went back through all the notes, 80 pages of going through every meeting that we went to, including some of the townhouses we attended. And the things around control were noted, the things around telling you what vehicle you can drive, controlling the type of agriculture you're going to do, controlling your water, things like that were all kind of like, I'm summarizing here because again, I'm limited and I'm already using 3 minutes. All those things that could have been conceived as control, which we don't actually have the jurisdiction to do that. And I don't think any of us would support controlling the type of vehicle you buy or removing wood stoves. We've actually been advocates to make sure wood stoves are still accepted given our grid vulnerability. Those have all been addressed, and we've actually removed a lot of that language to try and remove the confusion, even though they never intended and were never going to be control pieces. So from that perspective, what we've done is we've gone from a very detailed plan that did give you a budget by item to a very vague, this is what we are doing. The work plan is the work plan. We've already given direction on that. So in option 1, where it describes what's in queue, that goes on regardless of what we do today. So even option 1 is kind of like that component is just giving a refresher on all the things we're already doing. If we were not doing wildfire mitigation, if we were not doing water conservation, If I couldn't have done the farmer innovation program with staff support to really encourage local farming and change the meat inspection regulations so that small scale was supported, then I'd be saying that's what we need to do. But we have been doing those and we did do those. And so I think part of this is actually bringing people up to speed that we've been leaders in this realm for 20 years with Director Fost and Jackman talking about fire mitigation before other regional districts would even touch it. So we've been doing so much. I'm going to be out of time. So the irony for me is that where we are now is that with this plan, either direction we go, it does not change that we have been doing a lot, we do a lot, and we're extremely responsive to the public that come to us and say, this is a problem for me. How do we fix it? And I've had great staff support, although sometimes I've had to explain it many times to explain the details of Lardo Valley or the intricacies of a one road access into Argenta where there's tons of cars piled up at the end. You've always been receptive to understanding, even if it took a lot of conversations, and I appreciate that. So all that to say that we don't have a motion on the floor. I tried to track where we were going so I could get us moving forward. And it's quite a mix. I don't know that we're going to get anywhere today, but I would say option 2, which was essentially what were the new things that came forward through the consultation process that did receive ample support to continue, but not give you direction to just do it, that you still have to come back to the board by project to do a feasibility. If it needs to business case, then we can make it that instead, depending on what it is. Says that yes, we can explore these things further, but no, it doesn't behoove us to do it. And
Chair,
so
I'm going to move option 4.
I'm speaking, Director David. I know you don't like it when I interrupt you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair. I apologize. I just get something on the floor, so that's why I'm doing it.
I'll come back to you. I generally try not to interrupt you guys, so bear with me. And Vandenberg was next on the list. I'm just going to stop because my 5 pages of notes will not get done in this time. Vandenberg, and then Davidoff, and then Maine.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for that time that you just spent going through all that. For a lot of us, that is a nice little summary of where this has been going in the intended direction, and I thank you for that. Because we don't get to hear that being fairly new to this, and we say six years ago, well, we've only been here for 16 months, and we've never had the opportunity to be able to speak and talk about this like we have. That all said, I would like to propose an option. It would be option 4 for Director Davidoff, and I have sent it to Christine, although there's been a couple of, you might want to follow along, just a couple of changes. What I'd like to do is propose forming a working group of directors representing rural, unincorporated, and municipal to assess and evaluate the climate action program. I'm going to refer to it going forward as a climate care program, to create a direction and a business case template for board approval of any and all initiatives. Further, that the working group present a terms of reference within a reasonable period time frame to the board. And further, that any work currently underway continue with no new initiative started until after the board endorses the working group's recommendation.
Is there any way you could put that to chat? Christine, I can put it in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, Christine, did you make those slight word changes?
No. Great. If you just put it in chat, we can deal with any kind of edits. Is there a second to that motion? McFadden, second. So the motion is on the floor. I'm going to stick to the speakers list.
The opening?
On the opening, yeah, if you need to elaborate, go ahead.
The opening is we need to do something. I totally understand that with our directors. The problem is that it's so far out here. All I'm trying to do is pull it back. Let's refocus and let's give staff direction that we, as part of being the new directors, feel comfortable in as well. But allow them to continue their work, whatever it might be. There's so many, the opportunities out there are great, but we need to pull this back. And the divisiveness needs to stop out of the community, and the belief that we're doing the right thing on your behalf, that trust needs to be gained. And I think that this might be a nice first step in order to do that.
Thank you. Just a couple notes on the motion that are more procedural. Rural is unincorporated. So you don't need that word there. And we have had a working group in the past, which I did not mention, but there was a working group. I know. I'm just letting the board know because you've elicited, it's hard to know. Even Jackman and Cunningham just tell me what happened 12 years before. We have had a working group, so just to note that, and it initially created the first version of the climate action plan. So perfect. Can you add Director Fike to the list? So we have a motion on the floor. David, do you want to speak to that motion or back to the speakers list on another aspect?
I am going to pass. I'll stay on the list. I want to hear what other people have to say.
Okay.
And then I'll speak. Thanks.
So just don't cross David off, but we'll come back to him. Director Main, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. This option 4 changes everything for me. So all I will say is that I am opposed to option 4. I think that we have studied it to death, and forming a working group to study it further is, in my eyes, is just another way of pushing it off. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Director Popoff.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to speak to the main motion for the second time, but since this is on the floor now, and I will speak to it, is a working group in terms of reference sounds reasonable at this time frame. But my idea is, we have always been doing some work throughout my tenure with the regional district on wildfire mitigation, flooding, watershed governance, food security, etc. My intent is to continue that work without engaging any additional work from basically to have any additional work. I would like to consult with my constituents if at all possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Popoff. Director Fike, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I am in favor of the motion on the floor. I think consensus is always elusive, and all the engagement that we've got here is a good thing. I come with a bias. My son was a climate modeler with the Obama administration in the Clean Air Act, and the trends that the computer models predicted in those days are absolutely in the direction, and they tend to be going faster in most cases than what the computers predicted. Now, we're all going to leave our fingerprints on the future of our citizens, kids, grandkids, as been expressed before with other speakers. I've looked at the New Denver consensus, and I feel able to represent them based on that. I mean, some facts that, Canadian forest fires last year were 3 times the carbon footprint of the Canadian economy. And what Greenland is actually melting at about 30 million tons an hour as we speak. And that's like 2 Fraser rivers flowing. So things are changing, and paralysis is not an option. So I really agree with the business case in that when I look at the words in the plan, there's nothing, not nothing. There's things that aren't measurable, like work with, consider, look into, increase advocacy, support, encourage, explore. Now, there's nothing wrong with those verbs, but there's no measurables. How do you measure that? How do you know that you've supported something? So I think a working group with the addendum on the end of the motion on the floor, that things continue as they are, that the group continues, and then we come back with a consensus. And I look forward to being on that working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So the chair, I just want to make one comment on the motion. If the directors might consider removing the business case portion from this motion, because staff is working on an update to our reporting template and a business case template for the organization as a whole coming into the budget season. So to parcel it off, but there, especially if the terms of reference isn't going to come back for 6 months, then you're looking at the business case template probably not being available for next year, because you're not even going to start the work until the terms of reference is approved. Then you're 7 or 8 months off of that. So we're already starting on that process with getting something ready for the next budget cycle in line with what the directors seem to have wanted.
Thank you. And can you put Vandenberg for a second on the list? Also, just to process-wise, again, the notion that we need a motion to say, keep doing what you're doing is not the motion we would do. If you actually want to change what's already in the work plan, you would need a motion to bring something different forward or to remove that from the work plan, and that's not general practice. So a motion just saying, keep doing what you're doing is irrelevant to, they will keep doing what they're doing. We've already made that direction. So that was just a process comment. Newell, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll speak in opposition to this motion. I think that since we, I understand that boards change every 4 years, and may evolve during the 4 years. But I'm uncomfortable with redoing what the previous board has done. And I think that with this climate action plan, so much of it is advocacy for our communities to support resilience that I think we need, the reason I'm in opposition to this is I see it as a delay to our communicating to our communities. Certainly Area F seems overwhelmingly in support of the climate action plan and wants more resiliency in the communities that have increasing vulnerability. And so, in a sense, hey, let's form another working group. It's almost a political talk for let's delay actually doing something concrete, in my humble opinion. So with that in mind, I'm going to speak and vote in opposition to option number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. I was next on the list. I'm just going to make 2 comments. One is I will speak against this motion, but I do think it merits some aspects that we could incorporate into option 2, which is that we would do option 2 and feasibility becomes a business case, and that the working group would be the Community Sustainability Living Advisory Committee, which already exists and already meets and doesn't need to be recreated. So those would be my comments. Jackman?
Well, that's no fair, Chair.
Is it?
Because I wrote down. So far, it seems to be that we're leaning to option 2. I have 3.5 speakers to 1, 4.5 speakers to 2, and 3 kind of in the middle. So thanks for stealing that. That it would seem to me to be better to be definitive and say that option 2 identifies some clear actions that seem to have merit. We're just not sure about the relative importance, their opportunities, priority, whatever you want to call it, to move forward on any of those. So the working group model would support flushing out that list that sits in option 2, the ideas plan. Whether that goes to ceasefire or not, and whether this is a delay, we actually commit to some of the option 2. To me, it's not a delay, but it may be quite an opportunity for newer directors to do a little catch up if they feel they still need to, plus to share their completely valid insight. So, kind of agree with you. We should pick one of the lists and then start digesting it by whether it's 4 people, 10 people, 20 people digesting the list. Obviously, a little bit smaller group to that first crunching will be faster, and we need to be faster than 6 months to get it to where we're going to decide to take action or not.
Can the minutes reflect that Director Jackman agreed with me tonight? That's my bad humor for today.
Follow the question.
I've got 2 more speakers, and sorry, I've been really lenient not cutting people off, so I'm just going to keep going. It's a big conversation. Director Lund, and then McLaren Co.
Please.
Oh yeah, sorry. Lund, go ahead.
Speaking of opposed to the motion, we have some of the historical context, and I feel like this board slowed down when the action plan came to us based on feedback. It was an election cycle. It was based on feedback from the board, we had comments coming from the community. So we agreed to slow down, take this back to the community, have some conversations, get a better sense, and then move on. So we've done that work. I feel like we really have slowed things down to get a better understanding. So for that reason, I do feel like we need to move forward. And I'll speak, I'm leaning towards option one, which is because I feel, and I don't know if I can speak to option one or why.
Oh, you can speak to it.
Yeah. Okay. Just because it's our job as a board, to listen to our community members and to hear what they're saying. And we've had that opportunity. We've heard lots of concerns, lots of care for our community, lots of concerns about life in the community, and concerns about what's the future going to look like. And so part of our role as a board is to set direction of a potential future, of future outcomes that we want to sort of navigate towards. Plans, there's different types of plans, but visionary or future-facing plans, they provide direction so that if there's opportunity to move forward on it, we can. Plans support if there's and I don't know what I'm trying to say. Plans position us well to take action based on what's included. So option one, I feel, provides the most transparency to our constituents, to our board, to our future boards, to staff, in terms of it says what we're regulated to do. What's in the work plan, and it sets strategic priorities for us for future plan or for future activities. These would of course come back to the board and they would be discussed before we assigned dollars to them. And sometimes that happens when there is a granting opportunity. Oh, this work that we've done fits into this granting opportunity, so we're positioned to take action. So for those reasons, I lean towards option one for clarity, and then option one is also just providing direction to staff to bring us back a clear plan based on those segments. So opposed to what's currently on the floor, and I would support option one.
Thank you, McLaren Co.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just speak quickly. I've given it some thought. I understand the rationale behind option four. I'm going to speak against option four, and I would tend towards option one or two. And I would just say, having only been here for 16 months or so, there is a history here. And if I sat in this chair a year ago, and we had the same conversation, and if we do another 6 months, I think we've had enough engagement. We spent the money, we put the resources into it. And when my 11-year-old daughter's asking what my decision was, and when I had the opportunity to make a choice on this, when we were sitting at this table, and I said we've delayed it and delayed it and delayed it, I couldn't move it. So I'm against option four.
Thank you. Vandenberg on the close.
Great, thank you. And this is generated.
Chair, you missed me.
No, we had Vandenberg on the close.
Yeah, no, he said to come back to him.
Oh, both of you wanted to come back to you. Please don't move a different motion right now. Can we finish this one?
I didn't move a new motion.
Oh, you put one in chat, so let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I get it. I really empathize with the new directors. I really do. And Kelly's motion, I understand why he's making it. Because I've worked with Kelly, I know what his intent is here. It's not a delaying. It's an understanding motion. It is like some of us have been sitting here for a long time, and we've gone through all this, and we're saying, why do we have to go through this again? Whereas I think what Kelly's motion is that the new directors need to understand better, and sometimes, and you know, you need to revisit things. And we had 11 new directors in this last election round come onto the board. which is a huge change. So I appreciate the motion. I understand the intent, and I don't think it's a delay thing at all. But I speak against it. If we're going to do something, then I have submitted, and like everyone else is talking about all the other options, so hopefully the chair will allow me, that I've submitted option 2 new wording, that I am ready to move once we have a vote on the current option 4.
Thank you, Vandenberg, for the close on this motion.
Thank you.
Director Davidoff, if you can mute, please. Thanks.
And thank you, David, for your words. You're actually exactly correct. You do know me. My intent is not to slow anything down. My intent is to speed things up to get it moving. But thank you to the conversation that went around the table. It was extremely important to be said and to be had. Those points of view. This is probably not, it's probably going to get defeated. That's fine. You have given me the ears that I needed to hear what is important and relevant. And I thank you for that.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, do I need to read it again? Do you guys know what it is? Okay, all those in favor? McFadden, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And the room and Pike, so that's 5. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Motion fails. Okay. So Director Davidoff has another motion. Go ahead and read it, Director Davidoff.
Yes, this is option 2, new wording. That staff be directed to explore new climate action items impacting RDCK residents and make recommendations to the board on those identified as high priorities in our consultation process, and make a business case for proceeding on individual items that are practicable, fiscally feasible, and ideally funded by polluter super funds. And if there's a seconder, I'd like to motivate this motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Vandenberg seconds. Go ahead. And I am now going to ask us to stick to under 2 minutes per conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think this could get us out of the paralysis, could move us forward, is consistent with what the CAO just stated about incorporating business case analyses in future work plan items, and it would help us work together as a collective strategic action to show our solidarity on the need to value and preserve life and critical infrastructure in our regional. And I'll stop there.
Okay. I'll do that on the list, please. I'm confusing. I said, I looked at Jackman and said Graham. So Graham, you were not on the list, right? Okay.
Sorry, that's why I was laughing.
With 2 of us, we're trying to keep track. So on the list, we have Jackman, Watson, DeBoom for now. Jackman, go ahead.
Thank you. There's kind of
Oh, and Ming.
one way I was solely is with adding a few words. Staff has done a lot of work, even as 2 formats per hour hit around. So I've started putting this in chat. I'm going to put a dot, which is a horrible thing to do. However, now let me try. So, where to go? That staff be directed to explore new climate action items impacting RDCK residents and make recommendations to the board, Mr. Word, based on RDCK ideas for climate action. Based on the RDCK ideas for climate action document. Don't insert that as our starting point. Then I think we're just spinning a big circle. So it's badly worded. We have to embed it. And if we're going to explore ideas within the RDCK ideas for climate action, which is option 2.
Okay.
Otherwise, no, just one in the big circle.
Sorry.
I would propose that as an amendment with proper wording of it. This is what I put in there. Is the 2 clear right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chair, point of order.
Yes.
I believe that changes the intent of the motion I made substantially, because if you're removing everything after the 3 dots, the whole point of the
It's not being changed. He's adding to it that the focus on the new items are the ones identified in option 2 through the engagement process. Everything
Okay,
else
not
stays the same.
Everything else
Yes.
stays, okay, I can live with that as a friendly amendment, Chair.
Would that qualify as a friendly amendment or is that too much?
I'm sure that it qualifies as a friendly amendment.
Okay, who seconded that motion? Vandenberg, are you good with that? Okay, so it's a friendly amendment, so the motion includes that without going through the amendment process.
And someone else will clean up the wording, because this is
Yeah.
a mess.
Sorry.
And so just everybody understands what we're doing. It's just clarifying that it's not just new ideas randomly. It's the ones identified in option 2, which are gleaned from the engagement process. So I'm sorry, I'm just looking at staff to make sure if you know what we're doing, we know what we're doing. Awesome. So it's been friendly amended and I was next on the list.
Point of order.
Oh,
I
yes.
can't see, so is it in the chat?
It's in the chat.
So I have to open up the meeting.
I can read it.
Would it help to email those not on chat?
Okay, sorry. Let Christine clean it up just a bit. Are you able to do that, Christine? Okay, and then we'll email it out. And I forgot what I was gonna say, so I'm just gonna go through the speakers list. Boom.
Okay, as someone who, my job was to investigate polluters, charge polluters, and to work with Crown prosecutors, it's not a simple matter of making polluters pay. It's a long drawn out process, depending on convictions and then the level of fine. So rather than trying to have a process to make polluters pay, as you have suggested, Director Davidoff, I think as a separate business item in time, we approach the province maybe through UBCM to siphon some of the fine money off or add a percentage of the fines to make them pay in our area if they pollute in our area, so that it's actually practical and it relies on convictions, but it also maybe adds a surcharge to their fines. They do that in wildlife fines. Some of the fines go off to habitat restoration, and I do believe that should be a separate process. I agree that the polluter should pay, but I think as a regional district, we can't make them, so we have to approach the province to make that practical.
Chair, can I
Thank you,
address
Director.
that?
We'll put you on the list, Director Davidoff.
Thank you.
So DeBoon reminded me of my question and alluded to the notion that the local government climate action funds that we've just been awarded 3 years in one shot. My understanding is that does come from that type of, whether it's the carbon tax or through some type of tax that addresses that. Is that accurate? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Yes, it comes from the carbon tax.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, through the chair. It comes through the carbon tax.
So the LG cap is from a polluter pay perspective.
I'm not sure.
Oh, no, sorry, carbon tax, everybody, yes. Okay, sir. I was just wanting to clarify that. The only other note I wanted to make on the polluter pay policy is that's currently how recycling works. And do they pay? They pay a portion. So I think there is some, well, I get the intent and the idealism of it, and that is ideally how it would work. I think there's some, as long as the word ideally funded is in there, that doesn't behoove us to actually working on things we want to if we don't get them to. So just wanted to clarify that. I've got main page and then David off on the close so far. Main, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Director DeBoon for his context that he provided us with, and Director Watson, who spoke about the polluter superfund. And my question was going to be, what polluter superfund? Are you starting a new advocacy here? If so, I would like that elucidated before I vote on it. But it does put me in mind of something that happened at FCM over a number of years ago, where there was a task force that was formed that did a whole lot of advocacy to the federal government around the petrochemical economy in what they called the Western provinces, which originally did not include BC, but we made a lot of noise and got included there. One of the outcomes of that task force was that the federal government then did release some funds to be used for trapping abandoned and orphaned oil wells, mostly in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but a few of those dollars did go to northern BC. So there, there is that has happened previously. And if Director Davidoff, if you want to start, campaigning to create a polluter super fund, the local government, the government of proximity is the place to start, but you're going to have to go provincial and you're going to have to go federal with that, because as local governments, we can't even get the forestry companies to clean up after themselves. So that's the problem that I have with the wording in that. I think it's aspirational, but it sets a jarring note for me. So I'm kind of on the fence about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Director Main. So we have Paige, Davidoff, Popoff, and Newell directors. I just want you to know we have about 4 hours left of work to do, and we have directors that want to drive to Radium tonight. So I'm going to ask you to speak under a minute, and only if it has not been said. We're on to an hour and a half on this discussion. It's merited, and also we need to move along. So Paige, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to say this quickly. I don't want to offend anyone. Just realize I was raised with cows. So just don't get your feathers in a ruffle if anything piques your interest. I'm reading the part of the ideas for climate action approval process. In order for an idea to move forward, it would need to be approved. Staff would need to do an analysis, i.e. a feasibility study on it, and bring a report to the board of directors to vote on in a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to attend. In a way, what we're doing is we're painting stripes on a white horse and calling it a zebra. This is already baked in, that new ideas will come forward, that they will have supporting documentation generated to go with them, that they will be prioritized, and that we will vote on the initiatives as they come forward. And we are really just solidifying and endorsing a starting point for staff so they continue to know that this board supports the work that has been done by the previous boards, and we can move forward. I think we want to stick closer to the language that staff has generated. I would support 2. I would definitely support 1. I would support us moving forward and letting staff have that clarity. And I think the document we have in front of us in both iterations already captures that we have a process. Can we improve upon that process? Probably. And I think we probably just need to provide that direction. If there's new ideas to go after polluters, we can add that to the evaluation for new ideas and look at the feasibility of that action. But for now, I would vote against this motion, and I would vote more for the original 2 or original 1.
Thank you. And now that we've had it recrafted, I'm just going to read it so we all know where we're at. That staff be directed to explore new climate action items impacting RDCK residents and make recommendations to the board based on the RDCK Ideas for Climate Action document presented at the April 18th, 2024 board meeting. And further, that those items that were identified as high priorities in our consultation process are practical and fiscally feasible are presented to the board with a business case prior to proceeding with funding ideally being provided by polluter super funds. So that's the motion, okay? So Davidoff, I'm going to go to you last, just because this is your motion. If you could please mute until I call on you. Thank you. Popoff and then Newell.
Yeah, question through the chair, when they say new projects, does that mean that we're still going ahead with the current projects that were listed there, including transportation, mobility, energy, buildings, etc.?
Anything that is currently in the work plan, which is in option 1, it identifies already in the work plan, that would remain the same as being in the work plan unless the director brought a motion forward to remove something from the work plan. So yes, those all proceed as per previous processes.
Thank you.
Newell.
I want to verbally say I'm speaking in opposition to this. I can barely understand it, and I'm not a new person at this table.
Okay. Davidoff on the close.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Just to address the polluter super funds, today we learned something new by presenters. And they asked us, are we part of the class action suing Big Oil? I think as a regional district, we have the capacity to be part of a class action. And I'll just stop there because staff will check that out. The wording is there as a compromise and is alternative wording to option 2. It focuses on business case, which staff are doing, are going to start doing. It focuses on funding. It focuses on practicability. It focuses on fiscal responsibility. And the key thing is that I hope, I urge the board members to support this because it is a compromise solution. And I basically believe that we need to do this to move forward. Because we're going to be here all night, never mind all day, trying to do something else.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't have all the directors. Can the directors online that are in favor just speak?
I'm in favor, Chair.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go through the list. Jackman? Tierney?
In favor.
Vandenberg?
In favor.
I'm in favor. Graham?
In favor.
Newell?
Opposed.
Cunningham?
Opposed.
Popoff?
Opposed.
Davidoff?
In favor.
Hanegraaff?
In favor.
Peterson?
Not in favor. Opposed.
McFadden?
In favor.
DeBoon?
In favor.
Hewitt?
Opposed.
McLaren Co?
Opposed.
Page?
Opposed.
Pike?
Favor.
Lockwood?
In favor.
Maine?
Opposed.
Lund?
Opposed.
Oh, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not weighted, right? No, so that passes. All right, good job, folks. We're going to take a 10-minute afternoon break. Sorry.
I'm in. 31.
Well, you know, we decided.
Okay, folks, directors, please take your seats. Director DeBoon. Everybody in the room, thank you very much. You can stay. You don't have to leave. We just have to stop talking. Okay, thank you.
No, it's coffee.
So it's a measure, I think it is, because there's no counseling.
We're still in open. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, no.
Okay.
Work, they just.
All right, folks, now I gotta figure out where we are. Thank you, 921. Preston Valley Alternative Water Supply Feasibility Study. Talk about climate action, here we go. Document.
Your recommendation.
Thank you, do we have a second? Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion. Being in the room? Online, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Service Agreement IT Services Preston, Director DeBoon.
So they bring up the motion here. Okay, that the board approved the extension of the IT service agreement with the town of Preston for the period ending December 31st, 2024. That the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Hanegraaff. Discussion. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Not sure. Just for clarity, that contract extension, does that mean that staff in Preston are actually providing IT service for GBC at Preston? So I'm not aware of that.
Go ahead.
So it's through the chair. 5 years ago, we signed an agreement to provide IT services to the town of Creston. That allowed us to hire our staff member in Creston for local support for not only our rural services there, so the Creston office, but also the town of Creston directly, so they had someone close by. But we didn't have that resource until we agreed to provide the services to the town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
December 31st, because we're all getting typewriters out.
Not too many jokes, they'll be completely confused, but that was good one. Further discussion on the motion? Being none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for information communication strategy. So I would just suggest you've received this for information, take a read of it. It is coming back to us. Feedback by May 10th. Mike, is there anything else you wanted to say to that? Oh, sorry, Dan. Dan, you're a communicator. I know that. Anything else you want to say, Dan? Dan Elliott, everybody. We don't see you too much. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, no, something else that I don't believe is coming back to the board. This is strictly just for your feedback at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Bandit Burke with a question, go ahead.
So in terms of the level of service that Dan is able to provide, in my experience, it is strictly for the internals of RDCK. As a director, I can't have Dan produce on behalf of me, has been my experience. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, through the chair to a degree, I would say. If you're looking to do, say, a monthly newsletter like Director Graham, Dan doesn't have the capacity to do 11 of those for monthly true director. Something where you're doing a little piece like the one that came across a little while ago around that tourism, that's something like that is totally fine. We could have Dan support you on that. So it's really about it's a case by case scenario based on the volume of work.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
I think.
But don't be afraid to ask, is what I'll say.
Yeah, it's an important distinction to make because as directors, we work for ourselves. And so often what we're doing is advocacy pieces that the regional district in terms of staffing and as a corporation are not involved in unless we bring it to this table. So oftentimes my newsletter addresses things like roads, other things that are not about the RDCK and their corporate services. So I think the line is this an advocacy piece you're doing as an independent working for the people elected official, or is it an RDCK service that you need some further fine tuning and some wording around?
And thank you. I totally understand that. Here's the sensitivity area. If I'm going to represent RDCK in some fashion with a communicate, with a message, I, in my past, would know that I want to run it through RDCK to make sure that it's not, it's correct. And so that's what I wanted to do and didn't think I could do that. I did think I was quite confused. Because how does RDCK then protect the brand if I am not able to, if I can't understand I can do that?
You got levity on both ends. And it's always good to just ask. If you don't know, just ask. Okay, so by May 10th, please provide your input back to Dan. Service case analysis, Kitchener fire response, Director Tierney, I believe this is you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to move that the board authorize staff to prepare a petition regarding the establishment of a fire response service for the community of Kitchener according to Section 337 of the Government Act, and this petition be provided to the director to facilitate circulation within the community. Second.
Thank you, Director Jackman. Further discussion?
I'd just like to thank the staff very much for going through this process once again. Hopefully it will resolve last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Newell, go ahead.
I don't recall us doing a petition before. I guess we have.
Who wants to say
What's a petition?
Tom?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just confused. I've never heard of it.
Respected to the chair, there are three different ways of seeking public approval. We can use the alternative process, we can use the Senate process, or we can seek approval by petition. Okay, in an instance where the community is coming forward and saying to local government, we would like you to set up streetlights, or we would like a fire service, or we want a water service, or the expansion of water services, they can then petition us through Section 337 of the Local Government Act. Now, this is not somebody just going in the community collecting signatures and bringing those signatures back into the petition has a very specific format and very specific requirements. So if you have people in your community who want to do petition, we then need to talk to them. We need to get it structured properly. We need to make sure that they are circulating the appropriate information and correct information. There has to be a bit of a service case analysis on the front end. Like They need to know how much this service is going to cost, what properties are going to be included in it, their area of petition and all those pieces. They can then come back to us, and if 50% of the property, if more than 50% of the property owners who own more than 50% of the assessed value of the properties in the petition area want that service, we can then arrange to have that. So we can then proceed with the service establishment process. So
Thank you. Which the next process would then be a service case analysis.
no, the service case analysis is largely done at that point, but there would be an interim step where we would confirm all the contract costs. In this case, they would be looking for a service that looks very similar to what they receive in Arrow Creek Fire Response Service area. We know what the price is there. We would confirm contract costs with the town of Preston, which we've already spoken to them about. We would want formally under on file. It's like we're splitting the service case analysis a little bit. We've given them the information that they're required to put into the petition right now, and then they're going to come back and we finalize it on the back end with all the service arrangements.
Okay, thanks. So does that answer your question, Newell?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much.
So then I have Jackman and then Hewitt. Jackman, go ahead.
So have we done this before? I do believe Randall Drainage Service came into being via petition, even though they have a memory cap on that, they asked for it. And I think the extension of the fire service down to the junction of Highway 38 also went through petition process. So there's two examples in every agency.
Hewitt?
Thanks.
Well, it's fine. I'm just going to give an example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on this one? Checking online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Discretionary grants, 9.5. Moved. Seconded. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Discretionary grant amendment, area J. Moved. Seconded. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I feel like we were in rush hour and now we're like clear. Community development, moved, second, thank you, discussion. Looking online, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's a long list, okay. Oh my God, I did have a report. Do I have a report? Yes, I do have a report. It was on the agenda, let me just make sure. Did anyone have any questions from me on my chair's report? Was it what you skipped reading, which I would understand because there was so much. The chair and CAO forum, I will let you know, I found it very fascinating in terms of the CAOs have had a good network, kind of like an email group where they can ask each other different questions and network. And the chairs didn't have that. And we found ourselves talking quite a bit of all sorts of different things. And the women who were there also convened to kind of talk about what they're experiencing as women in leadership roles. And it was really fascinating. I won't give you all the details. We'll just say that the networking and the connecting was really good. The chairs now also have an email list so that we can share ideas and talk about how they're doing things. How do we do things? What are your problems and how are you dealing with them? So it was really great. I do appreciate going to it. And it's the only time once a year we get to do that. And I think it was one of the most beneficial conferences I've been to. So I did write a report for you. I included a bunch of the resources that were raised. And then the technical briefing was the other thing I attended. They start those around this time of year and they're either weekly or bi-weekly. And whenever I'm permitted to share the information they provide to me, I will put it in writing for you. I always verify with them, how can I share this with my directors? Any questions for you guys or for me, from you? No, good. Okay. CAO.
To the chair, the one thing that came out of the CAO Chairs Forum for me was that the CAOs are going to start to work on joint lobbying efforts for the regional districts at UBCM. So last year we had a meeting that I think 18 regional districts attended around the calculation for the Growing Communities Fund disbursement and how regional districts were shorted on that fund. That went over very, very well because it was a succinct message, came through 18 people sitting in the room talking to one ADM and one deputy minister, as opposed to 18 regional districts trying to schedule 18 different meetings, 2 of them getting something with the minister and the 16 getting staff, and the message gets lost. So we're going to talk about those leading up to UBCM and see what we can do on a larger basis to try to get some issues in front of the ministries that we feel are important.
Vandenberg?
Just wondering how a group of CAOs determine who's going to be chair.
Draw straw.
Draw straws and invite one chair.
Yeah. Graham, did you have your hand? Go ahead.
I have a question for Stuart, through the chair is, I don't know if everybody's done their taxes or not yet, but I found that I needed to request a T2200 in order to get my, I just wasn't sure if new directors knew they needed to do that. And my second question to Stuart would be, when are the financial plans going to be ready? Like, there's only the interim one online.
Yeah, it's a question for Yev. They're being worked on right now because we submit our information to the province on April 10th. And April 10th is when we kind of finalize those last numbers with the updated assessments, because we get another assessment roll on March 31st, right? So the budget that you saw and adopted in March changes again because we get another set of assessment values that we run through the model. They have to produce the documents again. So we're working on getting them done. Yeah.
So we think, I mean, estimate.
I don't want to speak for Yev yet.
Yeah, it just came on. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as Stuart mentioned, we get a revised role which impacts the financial plan and the some of the taxation splits. And then the other factor is the final audit, and the final version of the plan incorporates any changes or adjustments that come out of the audit. And as of today, we do not have direction from the auditors final direction from the auditors regarding any adjustments that need to be incorporated into the actual column in the financial plan. So we are, I think the target we're working towards, probably not next week, but the week after, to have a plan put together.
And yeah, well, I have you because I talked to you about the T2200. I believe next year we are going to send out a notice to directors earlier to let them know if they want it, they have to request it. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, so next year we will send out an email early in the year and checking to see which directors would require a T2200.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Good. Rural Affairs Committee, Director Jackman, over to you.
Sure, thank you. So we have only 4 items coming out of the meeting, so I will go through them one at a time. As you know, we are authorized or delegated authority to receive delegations to the applicants or to the applications according to minutes. So first recommendation, all vote arising from committee item 7.4. This is development variance permit, Campbell. A, I move the board approve the issuance of development variance permit B 2402A at the property as described. And this is to permit a 1.5 meter setback to the southern lot line and 0.4 meter setback to the eastern lot line, whereas the bylaw required 1.5 meter setback from the eastern lot line.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Second item, arising from agenda item 7.5, development variance permit again, Lane, electoral area B. I move the board approve issuance of the development variance permit, the 2405B. McLean said property as described, and this is to reduce from 60 meter maximum depth to the front lot line for farm residential footprint to allow footprint with a maximum depth of 140 meters.
Second one, thank you, Director Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thanks. So item 3, agenda item 7.6, electoral area I, another development variance permit for Sperling. In paraphrasing, I move the board approve the issuance of development variance permit B 2309I to the Sperlings that the address is identified. And there's 3 changes: the footprint area, the maximum depth, and the dwelling gross area, floor area being increased as stated in the agenda.
So moved, Chair.
Thank you.
Or seconded, sorry.
Yeah, moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Third one, all vote as well, arising from item 7.7. This is a site-specific floodplain exemption through it. Electoral area E, I move or approve site-specific floodplain exemption, use required setback, regulation 15 meters, natural boundary to 8.86 meters. As per the engineering report, so as described.
Okay. Thank you, Director Graham. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That's it for rule of affairs. Director Page, you have a motion and I have a motion. I'd be fine to refer mine to May because we do have to still do in-camera meeting. Are you wanting to move ahead with your motion right now?
I think ours is pretty straightforward, I hope.
Okay.
But yes, I'd like to move it forward, and if we get stuck, we can quickly refer. So
Okay.
I would bring that the board directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to repeal the City of Nelson Electoral Area E and Electoral Area F Economic Development Commission bylaw and the bylaw number. And there's a second I think I heard, and just very quickly, we have a standard of practice now with an MOU that is working really well with our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, Community Futures, and the area. It has been our standard practice for some time. In the last budget cycle, just because of some of the questions around requisition, we did a little bit of digging, and there is this commission bylaw that we have not been using for a very long time. And it's just, this is some housekeeping to align our bylaws with our practice.
Thank you. Discussion? Okay. All the participants have already discussed it. Good job. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm going to refer mine to May because it could be a bigger discussion and I've got a bit of a background on it. What?
To the chair, you move referral for a second.
Yes, I'm going to do the. Thank you, CAL.
I'll second.
Referral to May, moved and seconded on the propriety of referral. All those in, yeah.
I would really like to deal with it.
Deal with it in May. I'll talk to you about it at AKBLG. I just don't want to take up more time. We have two folks waiting for us, so. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Refer to May. Thank you all, for Christine and for Stuart reminding me how to do things. All right, so I am going to call for a motion to close the meeting to the public. Thank you. Bye.
Seconded.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? So everybody on the line that is not directors, we're gonna say thank you for attending our meeting today. It was a long one, really appreciate it, and we will see you around our communities. So I'll just take a second to get back there. Can I fix mine? Might as well, yeah, let's do that. No, we'll keep recording, I believe. For the camera?
No.
No.
No, I'm just ending it now. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for, we can do a recess about. Okay, yeah, that's right.